Again, athletes, other than the 300-meter hurdles, you should start clearing the track. Again, if you are not a competitor in the pole vault, a coach, a meet official, or meet worker, or the media, you must clear the infield as well. Again, if you are not competing in the girls pole vault, you are not a meet worker or a meet official or the media, you must clear the infield now. Thank you.
333. That's how many tickets people paid to come and see your boy front and center Minnesota State Fair. The agent's blowing up, my brother said it ain't there. The venue hold 14,000. At this point, you should probably think of pulling out. And what they gonna say when video is coming out saying he was on the top, but he fell from the mountain. Know you in that stool with that pen and that NPC, but you should worry about these NPCs and all the comments from them NPCs. You gotta offer them refunds. I'm like, man, hands up in the air. A lot of these days I just don't care. I got a lot of things I got to share. But anybody out there willing to hear, it's the start. I'm starring now, starting now. Any chance I get, I'm barring out. It's a little late to be sorry.
Attention athletes and spectators, be sure to visit the South Dakota Air National Guard near the athlete warm-up area. It's a proud partner of the Howard Wood Dakota Relays and the team providing today's flyover. They're offering free water, electrolytes, and special giveaways to help keep you fueled throughout the day. We thank them for their support and for helping make today's experience even more memorable.
Once again, if you are not competing in the 300-meter hurdles, we ask that you would please clear the track at this time. Once again, if you are not competing in our first event on the track, the 300-meter hurdles, we ask that you clear the track at this time.
Another great song here on Game Time for the Sioux Falls School District. Fame.
Mic test 1 2. Mic test 1 2.
Good morning, athletes, coaches, and fans. We are pleased to welcome you to historic Howard Wood Field for the running of the 101st and 2026 Howard Wood Dakota Relays, a South Dakota High School Activities Association sponsored contest. This event is being conducted under the guidance and regulation of the South Dakota High School Activities Association for the enjoyment and educational benefit of high school students. A strong commitment to excellence, fair play, and sportsmanship are all vital to this activity's success. The Activities Association and the Howard Wood Dakota Relays Board of Directors appreciate your recognition of the values being taught at this educational event. Your meet officials for this year's Howard Wood Dakota Relays are President Eric Van Laken, Secretary Jamie Nelson, Meet Director Casey Miley, Meet Manager Chris Anderson. Our starters are Eric Voss, Bob Malloy, Mark Murrin, and Steve Sharon. The head meet referee is Tim Casper. The assistant meet referee and head umpire is Mark Wendelgas. Head field referee J.D. Evans. Horizontal jumps, Bob DeBoer. Throw referee, Bo Beck. Vertical jumps referee, Chad Gordon. The clerk of the course is Jim Dorman. Timing, handled by Eric Van Laken and crew from Dakota Timing. And our curve umpires are Jim Aberley, Irvin Gebhardt, Mike Mebius, and Tina Baum. These officials are registered by the South Dakota High School Activities Association. They have worked hard to learn the rules and apply them fairly. We request that you respect their honest efforts in administering this contest. A special thank you to Avera Medical Group, Orthopedic Institute, and Sanford Healthcare for providing the athletic training coverage for the Howard Wood Dakota Relays. And now, before we start competition, please stand, if you're able, face the American flag, remove your caps or hat, and place your right hand over your heart as we honor America and those who protect our freedom at both home and abroad, and in celebration of our nation's 250th birthday coming up in July with the singing of our national anthem. Veterans and active military not in uniform may salute the flag. Our national anthem being sung this morning by the Sioux Falls Singing Legionnaires of American Legion Post 15.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red flares, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
The Sioux Falls Singing Legionnaires of American Legion Post 15. Thank you. Fans, our meet time temperature, sunny and 49 degrees, a light north wind, looking for a high of 67. So an outstanding day is in store for the second day of the Howard Wood Dakota Relays. We had 7 meet records set yesterday. What will today hold? Let's find out as we are about to get underway on the backstretch with the girls' 300-meter hurdles, an 8-section final, the meet record, 42:87, set in 2023 by Kelsey Belquist of New Rockford, North Dakota. And let's have a great track and field day.
Coverage of the 2026 Howard Wood Dakota Relays is made possible through a partnership between the Howard Wood Dakota Relays and SDPB. Sponsors include Salmons Financial, Journey Group, building community since 1910, and First Premier Bank. Coverage is also made possible by your membership in Friends of SDPB. Thank you for helping us bring you this coverage.
And no, athletes, coaches, and fans, that's not our flyover. That comes later. And now underway, section 1. And with 100 meters to go, this is Nolan Snyders of Hopkins, Minnesota, lane 4. And it's Snyders of Hopkins, Minnesota, lane 4 in that first section. And we thank our hurdle crew from Sioux Falls, Washington, who are back with us the second day of the Howard Wood Dakota Relays. And now in the track, section 2. Lane 6, this is Annika Krogman, the 8th grader from Brookings. Ava Squire of Dakota Valley, lane 1. Lane 5, Sadie Catterud of New Rockford.
One of the first field events starting today here at 10 a.m. is the girls' discus throw. We will have 4 flights of the girls' discus. Last year's champion, Elia Kranz of Watertown. It will be in flight 4. That is the women's discus. Starting off with flight 1 here at 10 a.m. We'll keep you updated as we progress with that competition.
And now underway, section 3. Ava Squire of Dakota Valley in that second section, 48.02. That ranks number 7 in Class A in South Dakota and a personal best. We'll get you the result of Heat 1 shortly.
This is Ruby Moore of O'Gorman, finishing strong in lane 7. Asia Vanderwerf in lane 5. And that was Moore of O'Gorman taking 3 in this girls' 300-meter hurdle, 46.79 her time. That's a new to South Dakota, number 8, and a personal best for the junior out of O'Gorman. Through 3 heats, Ruby Moore, our leader at that 46.79. And we'll be underway with 4 here shortly.
And Ruby Moore of O'Gorman in that third section, 46.79, ranks number 3 in AA in South Dakota and a personal best. And now on the track, section 4. And running well in lane 8. Danica Kopp of Hoven, lane 1. Maya Arampapatis of Aberdeen Central. Anna Rampapatis of Aberdeen Central, 46.77, a personal best, and that ranks 3rd in AA in South Dakota, number 8 overall.
I can judge how far I am from the hurdle, and instead of getting close and then just copying my steps, I'll take a stride step or 2 to reach the hurdle at the right spot. So, and it's a lot different. If it doesn't touch your hand, so you can just literally ran through it. I don't know how you got that. What? This is heat 4 of 8, I think.
Underway, section 5, lane 5. Ivy Jacks of Elkton Lake Benton will be in the 100-meter hurdle final coming up. Lane 6, Ashlyn Carlo of Makpita Luda will be in the 100-meter hurdle final as well. And this is Ashlyn Carlo of Makpita Luda. A strong run in lane 6, Ashlyn Carlo of Makpita Luda.
I think she got close to getting behind.
Another field event that we have underway with the 10 a.m. start time is our boys triple jump. We'll have 4 flights in this event. Includes most of the top triple jumpers in the state of South Dakota. That underway right now. Your champion a year ago in this event, Cade Lehman of Custer, will wait to crown a new champion. That event underway.
And underway, section 6. Lane 2, Jana Van Laken of T area, number 7 in this event a year ago, ranked number 6 in AA. Lane 4, Sylvia Mortimer of Rapid City Stevens, tied for 4th in AA. McKenna Teets of Groton area in lane 5, number 4 in Class A. Tasia Blom of Sioux Falls Lincoln, tied for 4th in AA. And Andy Franzen of Hill City, ranked number 5 in Class A. And lane 5, McKenna Teets of Groton area. Her time, 46:18, a personal best, and it ranks 6th in South Dakota. In that 5th section, it was Ashlyn Carlo of Makpita-Luda, 45:79, a season best, number 3 in Class A, number 5 in South Dakota. And now section 7, Shelby Bergen of Brandon Valley, lane 1, number 8 in this event a year ago. She's ranked number 1 in AA. Emery Schubeck of Centerville, lane 2, number 3 in Class B. J.C. Wolf of Chester in lane 3, number 2 in Class B. Claire Hassey of Rapid City Central in lane 6, number 2 in AA. And Riley Peters, the junior from Freeman, ranked 4th in Class B. She's in the 100-meter hurdle coming up. This is Jocelyn Holtz of Grand Forks Red River. And she will finish at the line in lane 5. Hobbs was on that co-ed 4x4 that set a record last night. And Hopes of Red River, 45:40, a personal best, and that ranks number 2 in North Dakota. And this is section 8. Payson O'Neill of Bennett County, first in this event a year ago. Hallie Brown of Sioux Falls Christian, 3rd in this event, and she is off to a strong run. Lauren McDermott, Payson O'Neill, and Hallie Brown all in the 100-meter hurdle final. And fans, let's check that time for Hallie Brown. In the meet record, 42:87, set in 2023. 42:58 for Hallie Brown, a new meet record for the Howard Wood Dakota Relays.
Final field event that began at 10 a.m. is the girls pole vault that you see underway on the infield. Opening bar 9 feet 9 inches. Right now we have 9 competitors over that bar. And we'll keep you updated with that competition as well. That is the girls pole vault going on the infield.
Now our next event on the track, 8-section final of the boys 300-meter hurdles. Jason Greenway of Mitchell holds the meet record at 37:89 set in 2011. And underway, section 1. This is Tony Osmond, the junior from Harrisburg. Lane 2, Darius Harrison of Sioux Falls, Washington. And Tony Osmond of Harrisburg in that first section, 41.96. Ranks number 9 in AA in South Dakota and a personal best. And fans, before the second section, it's official. Hallie Brown of Sioux Falls Christian, 42:58. That is not only a new Howard Wood Dakota Relays meet record, it is the all-time time in the girls' 300-meter hurdles in South Dakota. Ann Ballmer of Rapid City Central ran 42:66 back in 1993. But Brown sets the all-time record at 42:58.
Yeah, he's 5. He's lane 5. Backyard is
And now section 2. Lane 1, Daniel Akinle of Hopkins, Minnesota. A challenge in lane 5, Preston Burns from Phillip, and very close at the end in the second section. And Daniel Akinle of Hopkins, personal best, 42.65. Burns of Phillip, 42.72. That ranks number 5 in Class B in South Dakota, and a season best.
Wow, that was a close one, though. I think he could 5.07. If he didn't hit that last one. Man, this is just like... yeah, it's hot. I wonder if there's a chance he could place. I wonder if there's like any chance. What was he won? Actually, no. Everyone else.
And now section 3 of the boys 300-meter hurdles. Jarrett Sagerser of Jamestown, North Dakota. Lane 5, Damani Butler of Parker Marion. And it is Butler of Parker Marion, 41.98, ranks number 6 in Class A in South Dakota, and a personal best. And now underway section 4. Josamos Yarmedo of Sioux Falls, Jefferson. Lane 5, Blaze Miller of Legacy of North Dakota. And Brenson Beniclassen of Hill City in that fourth section, 41.97, a season best, ranking 6th in Class A. And now here's section 5. Top 8 in the girls 300-meter hurdles. Top 8 in the girls 300-meter hurdles to the award stand, please, or to the Miley cabin, then to the award stand. Lane 4, that's Colt Kaiser of Gregory. Cole Sandlin of Mount Vernon. But it is Colt Kaiser of Gregory in lane 4. And his time, 40:25, a personal best. That ranks number 1 in Class B in South Dakota and number 6 overall.
After one flight of the girls' discus, your leader is Summer Guthmiller of Sioux Valley, a junior with a throw of 121 feet 1 inch. That's through flight 1. We have 3 remaining flights, and then we will announce our finalists. So Summer Guthmiller, your leader currently in the girls' discus.
And now in the video board, and now underway, section 6. Lane 3, Beckham Cantaloupe of Warner ranked up 3rd in Class B. Isaac Hunter of Miller, lane 7, number 4 in Class A. Aiden Bice of Sioux Falls Christian, lane 8, ranked 5th in Class A. And very close, lane 5, Gaden Sather, the junior from Bismarck. Our next event, after the honorary referee recognition, will be the girls then boys sprint medley relay. Sprint medley relay teams should be checking in at this time. All 4 members of your relay must check in with the clerk at the south end of the field house. Again, medley relay, check in. And now on the video board, all right, now section 7. Ty Oyen of Tri-Valley in the 110-meter hurdle final. Brody Tyen of O'Gorman also in the 110-meter final. Aiden Sherman of Marshall, Minnesota, 4th in this event a year ago. And Yusuf Jama of Legacy in lane 8. He was runner in the boys pole vault yesterday. But lane 4, a great run by Aiden Sherman of Marshall, Minnesota, again 4th in this event a year ago. With the girls and boys in the 3,200 meters top 8, please report to the Miley cabin. Again, top 8 in the girls 3200 and the boys 3200 to the Miley cabin. And on the video board, the complete results of the girls 300-meter hurdles. Allie Brown of Sioux Falls Christian, a meet record and #1 all-time in South Dakota at 42:58. With those top 8, please report to the Miley cabin. And Sherman of Marshall in that 7th section, a season best 39:43, ranks number 14 in Minnesota. And now our 8th and final section. Bennett Lawn of Legacy, second a year ago, ranked #1 in North Dakota. He'll be in the 110-meter hurdle final. Kyson Fayant, 6 a year ago, #1 in AA. And Bennett Lawn, chased by Kyson Fayant of Aberdeen Central. 1 hurdle to go. And it's Bennett Lawn of Legacy. Kyson Fayant of Aberdeen Central closing fast in that 8th and final section. And Bennett Lawn of Legacy, 38:18.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the award stand for the presentation of the girls' 300-meter hurdles. In 8th place, the 7th grader from Wahpeton, Summer Nagel. In 7th place, from Mapialuta, Ashlyn Carlo. In 6th place, from Out Point Jefferson, Lauren McDermott. In 5th place, from New Rockford, Cheyenne, Emmy Belquist. In 4th place, from Grand Forks, Red River, Jocelyn Huff. In 3rd place, from Pact Legacy, Kylie Lauren. In 2nd place, from Bennett County, Payson O'Neill. And the 2026 Howard Wood Dakota Relays champion in the girls' 300-meter hurdles, from Sioux Falls Christian, she ran a time of 42:58, which is a new all-time South Dakota state record, a record that was set in 1993. Allie Brown.
Field event updates here as we have the girls discus, boys triple jump, and girls pole vault underway. We had 16 athletes clear the opening height of 9 feet 9 inches in the girls pole vault, as you see on the infield. Girls discus will be underway with flight 2 shortly. Your current leader, Summer Guttmiller of Sioux Valley, with a throw of 121 feet 1 inch. We'll keep you updated as these field events progress.
And Allie Brown from Sioux Falls Christian is now joined by her coach, Tim Ackerman. because she just broke the Howard Wood Dakota Relays record for the 300-meter hurdles. Her time was 42:58. Congratulations, Allie Brown.
And now on the video board, you see the results of the boys' 300-meter hurdles. Bennett Lawn of Legacy, a season best 38:18. That ranks number 1 in North Dakota.
Update in the boys triple jump. After flight 1, your leader, Wesley Machogu of Hopkins, Minnesota, 42 feet 5.5 inch on his first round jump. That's in the boys triple jump. We'll keep you updated.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the award stand, this event took place last night, and we're glad to have ladies here to be recognized this morning. These are your top 8 finishers of the girls' 3,200-meter run. In 8th place from Spectrum, Hannah Bays. In 7th from Douglas, Kyra Ubens. In 6th from Sioux Falls Christian, Bailey Vandergrind. In 5th from Spearfish, Corey Kyle. In 4th from Shanley, McKenna Johnson. In 3rd from Sioux Falls Lincoln, Maya Cady. In 2nd from Harrisburg, Hannah Genrich. And your champion with a personal best last night and winning by 1/100th of a second from Flannery, Faith Weeks.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to direct your attention to the area of the award stand where we have a couple of special presentations for the 2026 Howard Wood Dakota Relays honorary referees. Our first honoree this morning is Ms. Renee Hayes. Renee grew up in Sioux Falls and lives in Brandon. She graduated from Lincoln High School in 1972. And she graduated from Augustana College in '76. Renee contributed to the field of education by serving as a substitute teacher in the Sioux Falls School District for many years. In 1981, Renee began her professional career with Citibank here in Sioux Falls, embarking on a career that would span over 4 decades. And after dedicating 40 and a half years to Citibank, Renee retired in 2021. Renee's dad is a quite famous guy when it comes to the Howard Wood Dakota's relays. Her dad, Dean Mann, got Renee volunteering at the Dakota Relays when she was a junior in high school. Renee, I'm thinking you probably didn't have a lot of choice in that one. And since then, she has dedicated decades of service to the Howard Wood Dakota Relays. Renee has dedicated 2 decades to the board of directors at Dakota Relays, and through her leadership, Renee ensures that all sponsor contributions are accurately tracked, helping to support the success and growth of the relays each year. Renee is clearly a tireless volunteer. During her career at City, she participated and volunteered in several community events. Renee and her husband Greg have 1 daughter, Libby, who lives in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Renee, give them a wave. Let's give it up for Renee Hayes, honorary referee of the 2026 Howard Wood Dakota Relay. Now moving front and center, our second honorary referee for 2026, a guy that does things behind the scenes that end up working out for everybody to enjoy. I'll mention that again shortly. This is Terry Pendergast. Terry grew up in Volga, South Dakota, about an hour north of Sioux Falls, son of Harry and Dorothy Pendergast. Following graduation from Sioux Valley High School, Terry received his BA from Augustana and an MBA and law degree from the University of South Dakota. He's been a practicing attorney in Sioux Falls since 1978, and he currently practices at the Davenport Evans Law Firm. While at Augustana, he served as a sports reporter and did all kinds of cool things here in Sioux Falls. He's helped start the Northern League, the first independent professional baseball league, in 1972, and was a co-owner of the Sioux Falls Canaries from 1998 to 2007. Terry is also very, very active in our community, serving on several boards and committees. As a Howard Wood board member since 1980, Terry has served as the president of the Relays Board in 2002 and 2003, and is a 46-year volunteer, counting it as one of his proudest affiliations. He has served as the chair of various committees on the Dakota Relays for years, and still heads up, listen to this, the Special Events Committee for 40 years. Last night you saw a special 800 for the girls and special 200 for the boys. Terry Pendergast is in charge of getting those athletes here to Sioux Falls, and we're appreciative of him and of those great athletes every year. Terry and his wife of 46 years, Susan, have 2 sons, Chris and Stephen, and 2 grandchildren, Paget and Penley. He's happy to show you pictures of them. Terry, give him a wave. I'm sure you're going to show pictures of your grandchildren. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for another honorary referee, Terry Pendergast.
Our next event on the track, a 2-section final of the Class B Girls 1600 meter sprint medley. The meet record 4:10:01 set in 2023 by Coleman Egan, Timberlake, Highmore Harold, DeSmet, Ipswich, Phillip, Wessington Springs, Sanborn Central, Woonsocket, and Sioux Falls Lutheran from the outside. 2 200s, a 400, and an 800. Lane 8, Timberlake, running well. The 8th grader, Josie Bolt. They'll cut at the cones. Ipswich and Phillips. And now the Scotties going into the anchor leg. Maisie McDaniel anchoring for Phillip. Marley Guttmiller for Ipswich.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the award stand for the presentation of last night's boys 3,200-meter run. In 8th place, from Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, Blake Moss. In 7th place, from Harrisburg, Griffin Smith. In 6th place, from Bismarck, Owen Hintz. In 5th place, from Sioux Falls, Lincoln, Tyrus Needles. In 4th place, from Sioux Falls, Lincoln, Miles Lechtenberg. In 3rd place, from Sioux Falls, Washington, Cole Riley. In 2nd place, from Northern Cass, Owen Johnson. And your Howard Wood Dakota Relays champion in the boys 3,200-meter run, defending his title from last year, from Brandon Valley, Micah Peters.
And back to the track. 1 to go on the anchor leg. Again, Phillip, Maisie McDaniel, Ipswich, Marley Guttmiller. This is Ipswich. Marley Guttmiller anchoring, and then Phillip with Maisie McDaniel. And it is Ipswich in this first section.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the award stand, your top 8 finishers from the boys 300-meter hurdles. In 8th place from O'Gorman, Brody Tynan. In 7th place from Southwest Minnesota Christian Edgerton, Silas Van Esten. In 6th from Gregory, Colt Kaiser. In 5th from Rapid City Central, Henry Hill. In 4th from Sioux Falls, Washington, Tyler Bankinen. In 3rd from Marshall, Aiden Schurman. In 2nd from Aberdeen Central, Tyson Fyan. And your champion from Legacy, a time of 38.18, a season best, Bennett Long.
And underway, this is section 2, the Class B girls 1600 meter sprint medley. Lane 8, Gettysburg, then Dubrook area. Coleman, number 4 in Class B. Corsica Stickney, lane 5, the defending Wood champion. Lane 4, Centerville, number 1 at 4:25:07. Chester in lane 3, they're number 3 in Class B. Northwestern in lane 2, they're number 5 in Class B. And in lane 1, Woolsey Wessington. And now, on the 400 leg, and this is Coleman Egan. Hayden Johnson on the 400 leg. Rayleigh Bordwick will be on the anchor for the Hawks. And Centerville in second. Izzy Eide hands off to Peyton Hansen, who will run the anchor for the Tornadoes. And Coleman Egan, 1 to go on the 800 leg. Again, the meet record, 4:10:01, set in 2023 by Coleman Egan. And now Corsica Stickney moving into second. 200 to go for our leader, Corsica Stickney. Correction, Coleman Egan being anchored by Brindley Landis after Jolie Flatten ran the 400 leg. Coleman Egan, again the meet record, 4:10. Keep an eye on the clock. And Coleman Egan, Brindley Landis, anchoring for the Hawks. Corsica Stickney, Rayleigh Bordwick anchoring for Corsica Stickney. Coleman Egan's time, 4:15:18. As one of the nation's strongest financial organizations, First Premier Bank and Premier Bank Card are proud supporters of the Howard Wood Dakota Relays. And underway, first of two sections in the Class A girls sprint medley relay. From the outside, Sioux Valley, Chamberlain, Custer, Rapid City Christian, West Central, Hill City, Groton area, and Millbank. And now in the video board, the complete results of the Class B girls 1600 meter sprint medley. Coleman Egan, your Howard Wood champion, 4:15.18. That's a season best, ranking #1 in Class B in South Dakota and #5 overall in South Dakota. Would Coleman Egan come to the Miley cabin? And now we go to the 400 leg. Correction, now on the anchor leg in this first section. West Central, they're anchoring Aubrey Barnes. Rapid City Christian now, West Central and Groton area. And now one to go on this 800 leg. Rapid City Christian, West Central, Groton area, coming up on 200 to go in this 800 anchor leg. And now 100 to go. Rapid City Christian, anchoring Maddie Koyman. West Central, Aubrey Barnes. And now Chamberlain, moving into third at the finish. Again, the meet record for Class A, 4:10.76, set by Flandreau. Last year, Flandreau will be in lane 5. And now underway section 2 from the outside Belfouche, Mount Vernon, Plankington, Clark, Willow Lake, Flandreau in lane 5, who set the meet record last year, Sioux Falls Christian lane 4, Lennox, Del Rapids, Mobridge Pollock in lane 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the award stand, here are your champions in the Class B Girls 1600 meter relay. Coleman Egan, your champions today. Members of the team include Finley Luzzi, Jolie Flatten, Krista Silva Dominguez, and Brindley Landis. A time of 4:15.18. Coleman Egan, your chance.
All right, on this 800 anchor leg, this is Lennox. Sioux Falls Christian. And now from the 400 leg to the 800 leg, Lennox will anchor. Addie McVeigh, the freshman. Sioux Falls Christian, Sadie Pettengill. The defending champion, Flandreau, in third. And Flandreau in third. Faith Weiss won the girls 3200 last night on the anchor for the Flyers. Lennox, Sioux Falls Christian, and Flandreau. And now Sioux Falls Christian making a move with 1 to go in this 800 anchor leg. And now Sioux Falls Christian has taken the lead. Lennox and Flandreau. And now 200 meters to go. Sioux Falls Christian with Sadie Pettengill. And now, this is Faith Weiss moving the Flyers of Flandreau into second. Sioux Falls Christian, Flandreau, and Lennox. Again, the meet record, 4:10.76, set last year by Flandreau. And fans, 4:10.71 by Sioux Falls Christian. That is a new meet record.
Through 2 flights of the girls' discus, we have a new leader. It's Hadley Fall of Minot, throwing a personal best of 126 feet 1 inch. That's a new North Dakota number 8. So that's through 2 flights. We've got 2 to go. Also in the girls' pole vault, the bar is now at 10 feet 3 inches. We currently have makes from 15 athletes. So that is the girls' pole vault going on in the infield.
That meet record by Sioux Falls Christian in the Class A girls 1,600 meter sprint medley relay is our 9th of this edition of the Howard Wood Dakota Relays. And now underway, section 1 of the AA girls 1,600 meter sprint med. From the outside, Jamestown, North Dakota, Hopkins, Minnesota, Sturgis, Brown, Sioux City North, Iowa, Sioux Falls, Washington, Brandon Valley, Yankton, and Rapid City Central. Lane 3, Brandon Valley. They're on the 400 leg. And now on the video board, the complete results of the Class A girls 1,600 meter sprint medley relay. Sioux Falls Christian, a meet record 4:10.71. That ranks number 1 in Class A in South Dakota, number 3 overall, and number 30 in the United States. And now Sioux Falls, Washington, laid up birdie to Riley Rothenberger. Brandon Valley, Maya Mattis to Ellie Anders, anchoring for the Lynx. And Yankton in third, Ryland Jackson. She's anchoring for the Gazelles. All right, one to go on this 800 leg. Sioux Falls, Washington, Rothenberger anchoring, Brandon Valley, Anders anchoring, then Hopkins, Minnesota, Marin Prius anchoring for Hopkins. $200 to go. Sioux Falls, Washington, Brandon Valley. And Sioux Falls, Washington, Riley Rothenberger, anchoring for the Warriors. Brandon Valley, Hopkins, Minnesota in this first section.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the award stand for the presentation of the Class A Girls Sprint Medley Relay. The champions are from Sioux Falls, Christian. Their team of Autumn Aukus, Emery Lems, Natalie Smith, and Sadie Pettingill. They ran a time of 4 minutes, 10.71 seconds. Sioux Falls, Christian. They will now be joined by their coach, Luke Vanderleest, because their time of 4 minutes, 10.71 seconds is a new Howard Wood Dakota Relays meet record.
And now underway section 2, the AA girls 1600 meter sprint medley. The meet record set in 2009 of 4:02:27 by Sioux City East. Included in that foursome is Shelby Houlihan. You might have heard of her. From the outside, Aberdeen Central, Douglas, T area, Spearfish, Harrisburg ranked first in AA at 4:09:73. Sioux Falls Lincoln, Pierre TF Riggs, and Rapid City Stevens. This is Sioux Falls Lincoln in lane 3. Ellie Termott to Natalie Lease. Harrisburg with Taylor Syverson. Pierre ranked 5th in AA. Sioux Falls Lincoln ranked 3rd in AA. Spearfish number 2 in AA, and T area ranked 4th in AA. And now Harrisburg. Sioux Falls Lincoln. Spearfish has moved into 3rd. Daniela Rodriguez running the 400 leg for the Spartans. And now to the 800 anchor leg. 3 teams in contention. Harrisburg, anchoring Bria Miller. Peyton Van Diest, anchoring for Spearfish, and anchoring for Sioux Falls Lincoln, Layden Crawford. Now it's Harrisburg and Spearfish on this anchor leg. They'll have one to go. Harrisburg and Spearfish. Again, Spearfish anchoring Peyton Van Diest, who won the special 800 last night. And now Van Diest making a move on the backstretch. T area is now moved into third. They're anchoring J.C. Babb. Again, the meet record 4:02:27 by Sioux City East. This is Peyton Van Diest. Again, winning the special 800 last night, Van Diest. And we'll check the time. .403:43 for Spearfish. But a great anchor leg by Peyton Van Diest of the Spartans in AA girls 1600 meter sprint medley.
In the boys triple jump, Colton Lindquist of Marshall, Minnesota with the new personal best of 44 feet and a quarter inch. That boys triple jump almost wrapped up with the preliminary jumps, and we will get you your finalists. Over in the girls pole vault, that bar has moved up to 10 feet 9 inches. We still have plenty of jumpers left in the competition. And in the girls discus, we are underway with flight 3. Reminder, 4 flights there, so plenty of athletes yet to throw. That's an update on your field events going on. The girls discus, the boys triple jump, and the girls pole vault.
And underway. First of 2 sections, Class B boys, 1600 meter sprint medley. Freeman, Harriet Selby area, Ipswich, White River, Frederick area, Coleman-Egan, Avon, and Woolsey-Wessington from the outside. Salmons Financial Group is proud to sponsor the 2026 Howard Wood Dakota Relays, supporting young athletes in our community. The legacy spanning decades, we help individuals and families build, protect, and preserve their financial futures. Salmons Financial Group, empowering futures, changing lives. And now on the video board, the complete results of the AA girls 1600 meter sprint medley relay. Spearfish, 4:03.43, a season best. Number 1 in AA in South Dakota, number 1 overall in South Dakota, and ranked number 9 in the United States. Would Spearfish get to the Miley cabin, please? And again, relays 2 through 8. Don't forget to pick up your place medals at the Miley cabin as well. And this is Freeman, Brody Sorensen to Luke Miller on the anchor for the Flyers. Coleman Egan in second. And White River has moved into third, but the pack closing in on Freeman.
Ladies and gentlemen, now climbing the award stand, we have the winners of the Class AA Girls Sprint Medley Relay, the foursome from Spearfish, South Dakota. I've just been informed this is their very first trophy or plaque in a relay in school history. Congratulations to the Spartans from Spearfish. And get this, their time 4:03.43 is the number 5 time all time in the state of South Dakota. Congratulations to these 4, Gabrielle Rannick, Marley Mossett, Daniela Rodriguez, and last night's special event winner in the girls 800, Peyton Van Diest. Congratulations, the Spearfish Spartans.
And this is Freeman, Luke Miller, White River, anchoring Elijah Haukus with a strong finish here in this anchor.
Stand by your block. On your mark.
And now underway section 2 from the outside Dubrook area, Dupree, Gregory in lane 6, ranked 4th in Class B. St. Mary's of Del Rapids, lane 5, they're number 2 in Class B. Sioux Falls Lutheran in lane 4, number 1 in Class B at 3:43.31. Wessington Springs in 3rd in Class B in lane 3. Phillip in lane 2, Timberlake in lane 1. The meet record 3:32.84 set in 1978 by the Armor Packers. Lane 4, that's Sioux Falls Lutheran. Simeon Oviden, the Camarion Garcia. And now Gregory Pierce Stuckel on the 400 leg. And St. Mary's of Del Rapids now. Logan Bauer running the 400 leg for the Cardinals. And now Phillip with a strong close in this leg. This is David McKinley. 4 teams in contention. Phillip anchoring Baylor Burns. All right, 500 meters to go. This is Phillip. St. Mary's, Sioux Falls Lutheran, and that's Gregory. 1 to go on this anchor leg. And now about 100 to go. Sioux Falls Lutheran making a move. And now Phillip keeping their lead. Baylor Burns. Owen Gilster anchoring for Sioux Falls Lutheran. And it is Phillip in the second section. Phillip 3:36.01 in that second section. Now we'll move to Class A, a 2-section final.
by your block. On your mark.
And now section 1 of 2, Class A boys 1600 meter sprint medley. From the outside, Milbank, Duell, Hanson, Garrettson, Elkton Lake Benton, Sisseton, West Central, and Beersford. And now in the video board, the complete results of the Class B boys 1600 meter sprint medley relay. The Phillips Scotties in 3:36:01, a season best, ranking first in Class B and number 3 in South Dakota overall. Would Phillip make their way to the Miley cabin? This is Garrettson. Now Milbank. West Central. Garrettson going to the anchor. Carter Simmonsma anchoring for the Blue Dragons. Milbank. Liam Street anchoring for the Bulldogs. Now West Central moving into second on the backstretch. Peyton Tetzlaff for the Trojans. And now Hanson with Cole DeWall moving into third.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the award stand, your champions in the Class B boys 1600 meter relay. The team from Phillip. Members of the Scotties are Tice Groper, Tegan Groper, David McKinley, and Baylor Burns. A season best time today for the Scotties.
All right, 100 meters to go. This is Garrettson, Carter Simmonsma, and Hanson anchoring Cole DeWall, and West Central anchoring Peyton Tetzlaff. Athletes, coaches, and fans, we have again designated this year as Veterans Weekend at the Howard Wood Dakota Relays. We thank this opportunity to thank our veterans and serving service members for their sacrifices to ensure our freedom. Will all veterans and those people presently in the armed forces please stand and be recognized? Fans, let's give them a warm South Dakota thank you for your service. Official Howard Wood Dakota Relays t-shirts, hats, and other souvenirs can be purchased in the souvenir shop on the southwest side corner of the stadium. Restrooms and concessions are under both grandstands. Also, a special Dakota Relays 100th anniversary souvenir program, and these are free. Thanks to First Premier Bank Card for sponsoring the Centennial program. Again, the souvenir programs are free at the souvenir stand.
On your mark.
And now underway, section 2. From the outside, Vermillion, Custer, Sioux Falls Christian, Sioux Valley, Lennox, Hill City, Broughton area, and Mount Vernon, Plankington. In this section, Lennox ranked first in Class A, 336.69. Sioux Falls Christian ranked fourth. Vermillion ranked eighth. Mount Vernon Plankington seventh. Custer is ranked sixth. Broughton area fifth. And Hill City third. Sioux Valley ranked second. This is Lennox. Teagan Musser, Sioux Falls Christian, and now Hill City making a charge going into the 800 anchor. Correction, Sioux Valley. The meet record set 2 years ago, correction, 3 years ago in 2023 by Sioux Falls Christian, 3:30.45. Lennox, Sioux Valley, Sioux Falls Christian, 1 to go on this anchor. Now Sioux Falls Christian, Sioux Valley battling for second. Now Sioux Valley battling with Lennox for the lead. And now 200 to go. Here comes Sioux Falls Christian into second. A great finish coming up, fans. Lennox, Sioux Falls Christian, Sioux Valley, Lennox, Chloe McVeigh, Sioux Falls Christian, Levi Vanderleest, Sioux Valley with Karjan Bosi. And at the end, leaning on the line. What a great finish. And Sioux Valley, 3:33.09. Sioux Falls Christian, 3:33.20. Lennox, 3:33.52. So Sioux Valley is your Howard Wood Dakota Relays champion in the Class A boys 1,600 meter sprint medley. We'll get the official time in just a moment. For over 150 years, Journey Group has been building more than structures. From schools and hospitals to roads and bridges, our history is strong and our future is bright. Journey Group, building community since 1910.
Stand by your block. On your mark.
Underway, section 1 of 2, AA boys 1,600 meter sprint medley. From the outside, Grand Forks, Red River, Aberdeen Central, T area, Hopkins, Minnesota, Rapid City Central, Brookings, Sioux Falls, Washington, and Mitchell in lane 1.
Test 1, 2.
Update in the women's discus, a battle between the tri-state area. It's Minot, North Dakota's Hadley Fowl, leading through 3 flights, 126 feet 1 inch. Elk Point Jefferson's Kate Hayes in second, 124 feet 4 inches. And Lakeview, Minnesota's Adeline Lueju, 124 feet 1 inch. That's through 3 of 4 flights in the girls' discus.
On this 400 leg, this is Mitchell. Keneal Padilla for the Colonels. And now Rapid City Central. Shaden Eisler anchoring for the Cobblers. And now the complete results of the Class A boys 1,600 meter sprint medley. Sioux Valley, your champion, 3:33.09. Sioux Valley, please report to the Miley cabin. And now here's Sioux Falls, Washington. They're anchoring Griffin Miller, Mitchell, Hunter Patton, Rapid City Central, Shaden Eisler, 1 to go. On the backstretch, Sioux Falls, Washington opening up a little lead. And now Grand Forks Red River moving into fourth and about to move into third. 200 to go. This is Sioux Falls, Washington. Mitchell and Grand Forks Red River. Again, Griffin Miller anchoring for the Warriors. Hunter Patton for Mitchell in this first section. .337.33 for Sioux Falls, Washington. Mitchell 3:39.13.
Stand by your block. On your mark.
And underway section 2 in double A from the outside Yankton. Sturgis Brown in lane 7, number 5 in double A. Rapid City Stevens, number 3 in double A. Lane 5, Brandon Valley, number 2 in double A. Sioux Falls Lincoln, number 1 in double A in lane 4, 3:30.58. Sioux City North in 3. Harrisburg, 4th in double A in lane 2. And Pierre T.F. Riggs in lane 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the award stand for the presentation of the Class A Boys Sprint Medley Relay. The winners of the Sprint Medley Relay is Sioux Valley. Their team is Mitchell Gutmiller, Hunter Steinhaus, Brady Hiltonen, and the outstanding anchor leg from Carson Washy. They ran a time of 3 minutes, 33.09 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, Sioux Valley.
Sioux Falls Lincoln, Sturgis, and Pierre. Then Brandon Valley. We're heading into the 800 anchor. And now Pierre T.F. Riggs to the front on this 800 leg.
We have our 9 finalists in the boys triple jump. Micah Geringham, Scotland. Dylan Hofer of Aberdeen Christian. Lucas Roberts of Rapid City Stevens. Isaac Cutie of Brandon Valley. Ty Buckelhide of Northwestern. Colton Lindquist of Marshall, Minnesota. Samuel Rick of Millbank. Jace Gingras, who just jumped a personal best to move into second. And Ryan of Sioux Falls, Lincoln, who jumped South Dakota's #3 jump. He's your current leader through 4 rounds.
All right, 4 teams in contention with 1 to go. Brandon Valley anchoring Micah Peters. Micah Peters won the boys 3,200 last night. Now Sioux Falls Lincoln, Isaac Herbold anchoring for the Pats. Pierre T.F. Riggs, Caleb Morris, and Sturgis, they're anchoring Taylor Kalunga. 200 to go, 4 teams in contention. Brandon Valley, Pierre, Sioux Falls Lincoln. The meet time, or the meet record, 3:27:44, set in 1973. Brandon Valley with Micah Peters, the boys 3,200 winner, anchoring for the Lynx. Their time, 3:30:18. Here at 3:31:32, Sturgis Brown, 3:32:27.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention to the award stand where we have some very special awards for the volunteer, for the Dakota Relays, various numbers of years that these young people have volunteered at our event. First of all, our 25-year awards, Mr. Randy Marceau and Ms. Linda Nielsen. Congratulations, Randy and Linda, and thank you for your service. And get this, we have 45-year award volunteers. They are Ms. Pam Hoyland, Mr. Terry Prendergrass, who earlier was honored as our honorary referee, and Mr. Jim Ricketts Sr., 45 years. Jim Ricketts is being specially delivered to us right in the middle of the track. Congratulations to all of these people, and thank you for your loyal service to the Howard Wood Dakota Relays. Ladies and gentlemen, check out the award stand. We have another relay champion, this time AA boys 1600 meter medley relay. The foursome from Brandon Valley. Their time of 3 minutes, 30.18 seconds now sits them at number 5 all time in the state of South Dakota. Here are the lengths that are the new number 5 all time. Camden Christian, Maddox Mueller, Kalen Christian, and Micah Peters. Congratulations to the Brandon Valley Lynx champions of the 2026 AA Boys Medley and number 5 all time in state history.
Athletes and coaches will be starting our Saturday afternoon events coming up very soon with the girls 400 meter dash, followed by the boys 400 meter dash. And in just a few moments, we are going to have a flyover and a singing of God Bless America.
Some days get hold of me. Sometimes it's hard to just be happy. And I could try. It don't seem no use to me. Sometimes it's hard to just be
happy. Mic test 1, 2.
She must have heard me thinking about it, 'cause here she comes.
1 minute to our ceremony.
As the way she walks away. Speak of the devil, she must have heard me thinking.
Coverage of the 2026 Howard Wood Dakota Relays is made possible through a partnership between the Howard Wood Dakota Relays and SDPB. Sponsors include Salmons Financial, Journey Group, building community since 1910, and First Premier Bank. Coverage is also made possible by your membership in Friends of SDPB. Thank you for helping us bring you this coverage.
Athletes and fans, we here at the Howard Wood Dakota Relays want to take a moment this year to recognize and celebrate the 250th anniversary of our great country. The signing of the Declaration of Independence 250 years ago was the beginning to our journey. It has been 250 years of overcoming challenges and creating a nation dedicated to freedom and perseverance. We commemorate the courage and sacrifice of generations of patriots and military members. Looking forward, let us be inspired by a renewed love of our history and ignite a story of adventure and innovation to secure the country's future for the next 250 years. Athletes, coaches, and fans, please welcome Senior Master Sergeant Kate Menges, who is here from the South Dakota Air National Guard, to sing God Bless America. Please stand.
While the storm clouds gather, or across the sea, let us swear allegiance to a land that's free. Let us all be grateful for a land so fair, as we raise our voices in a solemn prayer. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans wide with palm. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans wide
Relays would like to say thank you to the pilots, Senior Master Sergeant Kate Menges, and everyone from the South Dakota Air National Guard 114th Fighter Wing for honoring us with their time and presence here at the Howard Wood Dakota Relays. Indeed, God bless America.
Thanks, Jonah.
And now, athletes, coaches, and fans, we move into the Saturday afternoon here on this second day of the Howard Wood Dakota Relays, and the weather is sure cooperating. We have fair skies and 63 degrees with a light breeze out of the north. Our next event on the track, an 8-section final of the girls 400-meter dash. The meet record, 53.98, set in 2011 by Milbrath of Minot, North Dakota. And underway, section 1. And many in contention in this first section. This is Adeline Gross of DeSmet pulling ahead. And lane 3, Adeline Gross of DeSmet. And now underway, section 2. Again, Adeline Gross of DeSmet in that first section. 1 minute, 0.92 seconds. That ranks number 6 in Class B in South Dakota and is a personal best. Lane 8, this is Brooklyn Becker, the freshman from Howard. Jennifer Beavers, Clark Willow Lake. Peyton Olson of Hillsborough, Central Valley, North Dakota, 101.73, a season best, ranking 40th in North Dakota. And now underway, section 3.
Update from the boys triple jump. Unofficially, Reem Reem of Sioux Falls Lincoln, your champion, jumps nearly a 1.5 PB at 45 feet, 1 3/4 inches in the second round. So that's Reem Reem of Sioux Falls Lincoln, unofficially your boys triple jump champion.
Sophia Lade of Minot in lane 4. And Sophia Lade of Minot, 1 minute, 0.69 seconds, a personal best. That ranks 19th in the state of North Dakota. And now underway, section 4. 100 meters to go. 3 in contention. Riley Mosier. Brecklin Pistelka of Burke. And it is Brecklin Pistelka of Burke. 1 minute, 0.59 seconds, personal best, and it ranks 6th in Class B. And now underway, section 5. Lane 5. This is Elise Johnson from O'Gorman. And Elise Johnson, the freshman from O'Gorman, in section 5. Johnson will finish in 59.13, a personal best, ranking 4th in AA in South Dakota. Gracelyn Campbell of Elk Point Jefferson, 59.70. That ranks number 5 in Class A in South Dakota with a personal best. And now underway, section 6. Jocelyn Hofs of Grand Forks Red River. She was 4th in the 300-meter hurdles earlier today. Braylee Bordwick of Corsica Stickney, lane 1. Currently ranked number 3 in Class B in South Dakota. Lane 4, Jillian Quayle of Bismarck. Lane 7, Jersey Lucci of Dickinson, North Dakota. And now Bordwick in lane 1. And Braylee Bordwick, the junior from Corsica Stickney, in section number 6. Her time, 59:61.
On your mark.
And now section 7 underway. Lane 3, Kayla Ulmer of Grand Forks Red River, currently ranked 7th in North Dakota. And lane 7, this is Braylon Behrens of Parker Marion. Brianna Askey of Jones County, lane 1, very close at the line. And it's Behrens with a personal best, 59:27. Askey of Jones County, 59:39, a personal best, ranking 11th in South Dakota. And going into our 8th and final section, Elise Johnson, the freshman from O'Gorman, still the top time. And now our 8th and final section, Jolie Flatten of Coleman Egan, lane 2, number 1 in Class B. Charlie William Smith of Pier, lane 4, number 1 in AA at 57.04. She's the defending Wood champion. Sydney Stahlecker of T area, lane 5, number 2 in AA. Ashlyn Elsher of Hot Springs in lane 6, number 2 in Class A. And Kenzie Kolosik, the freshman from Wessington Springs, number 2 in Class B. Charlie William Smith, Sydney Stahlecker, and Charlie William Smith of Pier TF Riggs. Her time, 55.86, a season best. And Sydney Stahlecker of T area, 56.05, a personal best. The meet record, 53.98, set in 2011 by Milbrath of Minot, North Dakota. And now we'll move to an 8-section final of the boys 400-meter dash. And now underway, first section of 8 in the boys 400-meter dash. The meet record, 47.02, set in 2021 by Larson of Bismarck Legacy, North Dakota. Lane 3, Pierce Stukel of Gregory. And lane 1, Weston Klippenstein of Hot Springs making a charge. Pierce Stukel of Gregory, 52.33, ranking number 12 in Class B in South Dakota with a season best. And underway, section 2. And now on the video board, the complete results of the girls' 400-meter dash. Charlie Williams-Smith of Pierre T.F. Riggs, your champion, 55.86. That ranks number 1 in AA and number 1 in South Dakota with a season best. With the top 8, please report to the Miley cabin. Running well in lane 8, this is Jackson Aaron of Garrettson. Lane 2, Michael Okawawa of Pack Legacy.
By your block. On your mark.
Attention athletes, we need Elise Johnson from O'Gorman to report to the awards area.
And now underway on the track, section 3 of 8 of the boys' 400-meter dash. Lane 5, Easton Richter of Dickinson, North Dakota. And it's Richter in that third section.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the award stand, we have the top 8 placers in the boys triple jump. All classes were in one division, boys triple jump. And we have a very special opportunity for these young men. Joined on the award stand along with Senator John Thune, the young man in white, his name is Willie Banks. Willie was the world record holder in the triple jump for 10 years. Congratulations, great to have you in Sioux Falls at the Dakota Relays. Willie Banks. These guys will never forget this moment. The triple jumpers get medals draped on them by one of the best triple jumpers of all time. Here we go, 8th place from Aberdeen Christian, Dylan Hofer. 7th from Rapid City Stevens, Lucas Roberts. In sixth, from Brandon Valley, Isaac Coutay. In fifth, from Marshall, Minnesota, Colton Lindquist. In fourth place, from Northwestern, Ty Buckelheide. Third place, from Millbank, Samuel Rick. In second, from Rapid City Stevens, Jace Gingras. And the 2026 champion of the Dakota Relays in the triple jump with a jump of 45 feet, 1 3/4 inches from Sioux Falls, Lincoln, Reem Reem.
And underway, section 4, Easton Ricker of Dickinson, North Dakota in that last section, 51:43, a personal best, and number 9 in North Dakota. Athletes, coaches, and fans, we want to recognize those working hard in the Miley cabin. Our award stand announcers, Jeff Lukens, Craig Maddock, and Tommy Kern. And of course, the queen of the Miley cabin, Rhonda Reinhardt, Mike Wietrick, and crew. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Gavin Pearson of Belle Fourche, lane 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the awards stand, your top 8 finishers in the girls 400-meter dash. In 8th place, from O'Gorman, Elise Johnson. In 7th, from Hot Springs, Ashlyn Elsher. In 6th, from Wessington Springs, Kenzie Kolosek. In 5th, from Wahpeton, Summer Nagel. In 4th, from Legacy, Jemima Gunther. In 3rd, from Colmanegan, Jolie Flatten. In 2nd, from T area, Sydney Stahlecker. And your champion with a season best, and it is the #1 time in the state now this year. She's going to go run at Montana State next year. From Pierre, Charlie Williams Smith.
Gavin Pearson in that last section from Belle Fourche, 51:58, season best, number 7 in Class A. Underway, this is section 5.
Updating the girls' discus. Your current leader through 4 rounds is Hadley Holt of Iroquois Lake Preston. She threw a PB of 153 feet, 1 inch back in round number 2. Hadley Holt of Iroquois Lake Preston. In round 5, your girls' discus leader.
Lane 7, good run. This is Isaac Navarro of Grafton, North Dakota. And it's Navarro in lane 7.
Let's go, Dave. Mr. Dave.
Navarro's time, 51:36, a season best, ranking 9th in North Dakota.
By your block. On your mark.
And now underway, section 6, lane 6. David McKinley, the senior from Phillip, ranked 3rd in Class B. Lane 2, Dylan Rustad of Baltic. Evan Thompson of Cheyenne in contention in that section. Very close in that section. And it's Evan Thompson of Cheyenne, 50.95, a season best. Dylan Runstad of Baltic, 51.02, a personal best. And number 17 in South Dakota, Thompson now has the top time with 2 sections to go.
In the girls pole vault, the bar is now going to be going up to 12 feet 3 inches. We've got 4 jumpers remaining at that height, 12 feet 3 inches.
By your block. On your mark.
And now section 7, lane 4, Holden Wallman of Bridgewater Emory, the senior, ranked 1st in Class B. Keegan Tracy of Groton area, lane 3, number 2 in Class A. Dawson Hancock of Wall, number 2 in Class B. Lane 4, this is Holden Woolman. Austin Kinzer of Worthington, Minnesota with a late charge. And Austin Kinzer of Worthington, Minnesota, 50 flat, our new top time in the boys 400, a personal best, number 20 in Minnesota. And Section 8, a great field. Owen Martin of Red River of North Dakota, number 2 in that state. Blake Weller of Dickinson, number 1 in North Dakota. Zion Conrad of Sioux Falls Lincoln, lane 4, number 1 in AA. Evan Abild of Sioux Falls Lincoln, lane 5, number 2 in AA. And Tanner Sharon, the sophomore from O'Gorman, number 4 in AA. Abild, Conrad, both from Sioux Falls Lincoln, looking for a great finish. Evan Abild of Sioux Falls Lincoln. Zion Conrad of Sioux Falls Lincoln.
A moment ago, we saw Tenley Stiefel of Custer, the freshman, clear 12 feet 3 inches. She is our new leader in that girls pole vault competition that's underway on the infield. 4 jumpers remaining at 12 feet 3 inches. Stiefel's joined by Reese Nita of Spearfish, Jersey Tryon of Harrisburg, and Baya Carlson of Sioux Falls Jefferson. That is your girls pole vault competition underway on the infield.
Next on the track will be the final of the girls 100-meter hurdles. Again, thanks to our hurdle crew from Sioux Falls, Washington for helping out for a second day here at the Wood.
Coverage of the 2026 Howard Wood Dakota Relays is made possible through a partnership between the Howard Wood Dakota Relays and SDPB. Sponsors include Salmons Financial, Journey Group, building community since 1910, and First Premier Bank. Coverage is also made possible by your membership in Friends of SDPB. Thank you for helping us bring you this coverage.
Here in South Dakota, and unofficially will be your 2026 Howard Wood Dakota Relays champion. That's Hadley Holt of Iroquois Lake Preston.
Next on the track, the final of the girls' 100-meter hurdles, meet record 14:26, set in 2023. Kelsey Belquist of New Rockford, North Dakota. Let's set the field. Lane 1, Tori Curtis of Lennox, number 5 in Class A. Lane 2, Payson O'Neill of Bennett County, last year's runner-up, ranked first in Class B. Ashlyn Carlo from Makpita Luda in Lane 3, number 2 in Class A. In Lane 4, Maya Kakachian of Rapid City Stevens, number 1 in AA. Hallie Brown, the senior from Sioux Falls Christian, who set the meet and all-time record in the 300-meter hurdles earlier. She is ranked first in Class A. Riley Peters, the junior from Freeman in Lane 6, number 2 in Class B. Ivy Jacks of Elkton Lake Benton, number 4 in Class A. And in Lane 8, Lauren McDermott of Elk Point Jefferson, ranked 3rd in Class A. A great final coming up in the girls' 100-meter hurdles. And a good start to the girls' 100-meter hurdles. In the middle, Hallie Brown, Sioux Falls Christian, Maya Kakachian of Rapid City Stevens, and it's Braun. Hallie Brown of Sioux Falls Christian with the hurdle double. A personal best 14:60. Again, the meet record 14:26 set 3 years ago. Payson O'Neill, 15:01 from Bennett County.
We have 2 vaulters left at 12 feet 9 inches. Tenley Stiefel and Reese Nita. Stiefel had jumped 13 feet earlier this season, number 2 in state history, and Nita of Spearfish jumped 12.7 earlier this year, and she is 4th in state history. So great pair of athletes going to 12 feet 9 inches here on the infield in this girls pole vault competition.
And now, let's set the field for the boys' 110-meter hurdles. Meet record 14:23 set last year by Hunter Waha of Bishop Heelan of Sioux City. Lane 1, Derek Martell of St. Mary's of Bismarck, number 3 in North Dakota. Ty Oyen of Tri-Valley in Lane 2, number 3 in Class A. Dawson Holte of Sioux Falls Christian, Lane 3, number 2 in Class A. Bennett Lawn of Legacy of North Dakota, number 1, the top seed time of 14:53. And Lon won the 300-meter hurdles earlier. Jack Day of Rapid City Stevens, lane 5, number 1 in AA. Lane 6, Brody Tyan of O'Gorman, number 4 in Class AA. In lane 7, Asher Howard of Harrisburg, number 2 in AA. And in lane 8, Ben Burchett of Sioux Falls Lincoln, number 6 in AA. So again, a great field for the boys 110-meter hurdle final.
And that was Tenley Stiefel with the clearance on her first attempt at 12 feet 9 inches. So remember, 2 athletes remain in that women's pole vault competition.
Please direct your attention to the award stand for the presentation of the boys 400-meter dash. In 8th place, from Lenox, Drake Mickelson. In 7th place, from Red River, Owen Martin. In 6th place, from Bridgewater Emery, Holden Woolman. In 5th place, from Mitchell, Alexei Padilla. In 4th place, from Worthington, Austin Kinzer. In 3rd place, from Dickinson, Blake Weller. In 2nd place, from O'Gorman, Tanner Sharon. And the Dakota Relays champion, running a time of 48.70 from Sioux Falls, Lincoln, Evan Abild.
And underway, the boys 110-meter hurdle final. That has Bennett Lawn, lane 4, Jack Day of Rapid City Stevens. And very close at the end, lane 4, Bennett Lawn of Legacy. If he hangs on, he will get the hurdle double. And Bennett Lawn of Legacy, 14:33, a personal best. Jack Day of Rapid City Stevens, 14:38.
Ladies and gentlemen, now climbing the award stand, we have the top 7 in the girls 100-meter high hurdles. In 7th place, from Elkton Lake Benton, Ivy Jacks. 6th, from Freeman, Riley Peters. In 5th place, from Lenox, Tori Gertis. Finishing 4th, from Mapialuta, Ashlyn Carlo. 3rd place, from Elk Point Jefferson, Lauren McDermott. 2nd, from Bennett County, Payson O'Neill. And Joe Van Gore, speaking of a hurdle double, the lady on the top of the award stand did just that as well today. This one was in the 100-meter hurdles at 14.6. Earlier today, Hallie Brown from Sioux Falls Christian broke one of the oldest state records in South Dakota. That record was established in 1993 by the legendary hurdler Ann Vollmer from Rapid City Central. And right now, Hallie Brown is the new state record holder in the 300-meter hurdles, and she just added to it a gold medal in the Howard Wood Dakota Relays 100-meter hurdles. Congratulations to the outstanding hurdler from Sioux Falls Christian, Hallie Brown.
Thank you, Jeff Lukens. And now let's set the field for the girls' 100-meter dash. The meet record 11:67. Anya Olson of Velva Drake of North Dakota last year. Lane 1, Ella Bradeen of Rapid City Stevens, number 2 in AA. Lane 2, Cambry Volk of Legacy, number 5 in North Dakota. Braylon Behrens of Parker Marion, number 3, lane 3, number 2 in Class A. Bryn Bakken of Hills Beaver Creek, Minnesota, 11:92, the top seed time, 6th last year. Charlie William Smith of Pierre TF Riggs, who won the 400 meters, is ranked 1st in AA. Lane 6, Jillian Quayle of Bismarck, North Dakota, number 3 in North Dakota. Ava Holsworth of Rapid City Stevens, number 4 in AA. And in lane 8, Sydney Stallecker of T Area, number 7 in AA. And underway, the girls' 100-meter dash. Great start by Bryn Bakken of Hills Beaver Creek, lane 4. Ann Bakken of Hills Beaver Creek, 6th last year, is the champion in the girls' 100-meter dash.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the award stand for the presentation of the boys' 110-meter hurdles. In 8th place from Sioux Falls, Lincoln, Ben Burchett. In 7th place from St. Mary's, Derek Martell. In 6th place from Tri-Valley, Ty Oyen. In 5th place from O'Gorman, Brody Tynan. In 4th place from Sioux Falls Christian, Dawson Holthe. In 3rd place from Harrisburg, Asher Howard. In 2nd place from Rapid City Stevens, the fastest time in South Dakota this year, Jack Day. And the Howard Wood Dakota Relays champion in the boys' 110-meter hurdles, running the fastest time in North Dakota this year of 14.33 from Bismarck Legacy, Bennett Lawn.
And now let's set the field for the boys' 100-meter dash. The meet record 10:43, set yesterday in the prelims by Zayden Horn of Legacy. He's in lane 4, North Dakota all-time number 1, and the defending champion, lane 1, Lucas Ferrer of Redwood Valley, Minnesota, 4x1 state champ last year. Nolan Long of Rapid City Stevens, lane 2, number 8 in AA. Daniel Vogel of Hopkins, Minnesota, number 10 in Minnesota. In lane 5, Quentin Pollard of Sioux City East, tied for 8th in the state of Iowa. Beckett Martins of T Area, number 4 in AA. Lane 7, Kyle Hedich of Ipswich, number 2 in Class B. And Tanner Sharon, the sophomore from O'Gorman, in lane 8, number 10 in AA. And a good start in the boys' 100-meter dash. That's Zayden Horn, Bismarck Legacy. And it's Horn, who again set the meet record yesterday in the prelims. Let's check his time. 10:53 for Zayden Horn of Legacy. He defends his Howard Wood title, but he also holds the meet record again in the prelims of 10:47.
On the award stand, ladies and gentlemen, we have the top 8 in the girls' 100-meter dash. 8th place from Bismarck, Jillian Quayle. 7th from Pier Riggs, Charlie Williams Smith. Finishing 6th from T Area, Sydney Stoliker. 5th place from Parker Marion, Braylon Behrens. Finishing 4th from Rapid City Stevens, Ella Bradeen. In 3rd place from Rapid City Stevens, Ava Holsworth. 2nd from Legacy, Bismarck Legacy, Camry Volk. And the 2026 champion in the 100-meter dash for girls with a time of 12.05 from right across the border in Hills, Beaver Creek, Minnesota, Bryn Bakken.
Ladies and gentlemen, a moment ago, that was Tenley Steeple in the pole vault, 13-1, a new lifetime best, and extending her mark as number 2 all-time in South Dakota. We will wait and see what she sets the bar at next. She has won this competition, and now we'll see how much she can win it by. Congrats, Tenley.
All right, fans, next on the track, our girls 100-meter dash from Special Olympics, meet record 15:17, set last year by Danica Sheets of Aberdeen Central. She's in lane 4. And Emily Mogg of Watertown in lane 2. Merritt Beer of Harrisburg, lane 3. Danica Sheets of Aberdeen Central, lane 4. Lydia Van Stedham of Harrisburg, lane 5. Ashlyn Anderson of Harrisburg, lane 6. And in lane 7, Caitlin Heckler of Aberdeen Central. And Danica Sheets of Aberdeen Central will defend her title. We'll check the time. Again, she set the meet record of 15:17 last year. 15:84 for Danica Sheets. But Danica, congratulations. You defend your title in the Special Olympic Girls 100-meter dash.
Update on that pole vault, that jump by Tenley Steeple, now ranked number 14 in the U.S. and a Howard Wood Dakota Relays meet record.
And now, on the track, the boys Special Olympics 100-meter dash. will set the field in a moment. Let's get the start. Lane 1, Aaron Tegedoff. Lane 2, Casey Gilborn. Caden Cumbo in lane 3, Isaac Sheehan in lane 4, CJ Townley lane 5, Zachary Bow in lane 6, Brandon Curry in lane 7, Jordan Mariucci in lane 8. Again, the meet record 11:50 set back in 2006 by Eastman of Sioux Falls. Lane 3, that was Caden Cumbo of Pierre T.F. Riggs. We'll get his time in a moment after we go to the award stand. Tommy?
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the award stand for the presentation of the boys 100-meter dash. In 8th place, from O'Gorman, Tanner Sharon. In 7th place, from Ipswich, Kyle Heddich. In 6th place, from Redwood Valley, Lucas Fuhr. In 5th place, from Rapid City Stevens, Nolan Long. In 4th place, from T area, Beckett Martins. In 3rd place, from Sioux City East, Quinton Pollard. In 2nd place, from Hopkins, Daniel Vogel. And the Howard Wood Dakota Relays champion in the boys 100-meter dash with a time of 10.53 from Bismarck Legacy, Zayden Horn.
And in that boys 100-meter dash Special Olympics, Caden Cumbo of Pierre T.F. Riggs at 14:21. Again, could we have the top runners in the girls and those top 8 in the boys to the Miley cabin?
And ladies and gentlemen, on the award stand, Zayden Horn will be joined by his coach, Chris Clements, because yesterday in the preliminary round, Zayden Horn ran a new Howard Wood Dakota Relays meet record time of 10.43. Congratulations, Zayden Horn.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time now to introduce to you the new inductees into the Howard Wood Dakota Relays Hall of Fame. Our first inductee is Bob Bennett, a standout sprinter at Arlington High School and later at Dakota State, set school records in the 100, the 200, and the 400. He was a Class A state champion, state record holder in the 100-yard dash. His accomplishment also included being a junior Olympic state champion and a national placer. He was a 2-time 100-yard Dakota Relays champion, a 4-time Intercollegiate Conference champion, and a 100-yard dash NAIA champion. He shares the Dakota State University record in the 100-yard dash at 9.5 with Doug McTavish and Joe Mendel. Bennett devoted 39 years to education, including 36 years at Garretson,
a 40-year coaching career, 18 individual state champions he coached, 8 Howard Wood Relays champions, 10 conference championship teams. Bennett also deeply committed to his community, treasurer of his church, and a charter member of the Garrettson Community Scholarship Foundation. A U.S. Army veteran, continues to serve as commander and Americanism officer of Post 23 of the American Legion. And in just 2025, the Garrettson Track and Field Complex was renamed the Jeff Siliuson Bob Bennett Track Complex in recognition of his contributions. He and his wife Liz, with 2 kids, Bobby and Michael, legacy lives on through athletes that he coached and the students he inspired and the community he continues to strengthen. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Bob Bennett. And ladies and gentlemen, time to introduce to you our next athlete into the Howard Wood Dakota Relays Hall of Fame. It is Heather Sealer Gaynor. Heather graduated from Huron High in 2002, a 7-time state champion, 3 times won the 800-meter run, state champion in the 4x4, state champion in the medley relay a couple of times, helped the Tigers to a runner-up finish at the state track meet 3 consecutive years. She's a 3-time Howard Wood Relays special event participant, won the 800 meters back in 1998, second in 2001, second in the 400 in 2002. She has a total of 7 first place finishes at Howard Wood and 20 total medals. Heather also won 2 state championships in volleyball at Huron, and in basketball, the 2002 Female Athlete of the Year. She went on to play basketball at South Dakota State University. She helped the Jacks win the Division II National Championship in 2003. In 2021, Heather inducted into the South Dakota Sports Hall of Fame. Heather went on to get her doctorate in physical therapy. She and her husband Ryan, married for 20 years. They live in Huron. She's a physical therapist at Huron High. They have 2 sons, Lincoln and Logan. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Heather Sealer Gaynor.
Ladies and gentlemen, now taking the award stand, the top 8 placers in the girls' discus. In 8th place from Del Rapids St. Mary, Madden LeBron. 7th from Minot, North Dakota, Hadley Fall. In 6th from Lakeview, Adeline Luwaji. 5th place from Custer, Karen Ellerton. 4th place from Fargo Shanley, Addison Larson. In 3rd from Watertown, Malia Kranz. 2nd place from Hatton Northwood, Elizabeth Pinky. and the 2026 champion in the high school girls discus with an outstanding throw. I'll tell you how outstanding in just a second. 153 feet, 1 inch, moving her to number 5 all time on the state of South Dakota top 10 list. This is Hadley Holt from Iroquois Lake Preston. Congratulations, Hadley.
Steeple on the runway for her second attempt here at 13 4 inches. She cleared 13 feet 1 inch previously for a new lifetime best. Now help her out, home crowd. Unable to clear the second attempt, she'll have one more remaining. This is once again 13 feet 4 inches. Steeple, number 2 all-time in state history in this event.
And now on the track, first of 2 sections in the high school girls 1600 meter run, the meet record 4:48.85 set last year by Libby Castelli of O'Gorman. In the field, Caroline Anderson, the 8th grader from Hillsboro. That's Hillsboro Central Valley, 6th at the North Dakota Class State Meet last fall. Emmy Erie, freshman from Grand Forks, All-State in cross country in that state, and Lucy Groffman of Shanley of Fargo, 5th at the North Dakota State Meet last year. Our early leader, coming up with 3 to go, Sherry Schmidt of Mount Vernon. Attention athletes and spectators, be sure to visit the South Dakota Air National Guard near the athlete warm-up area. As a proud partner of the Howard Wood Dakota Relays and the team providing today's flyover, they're offering free water, electrolytes, and special giveaways to keep you fueled throughout the day. We thank them for their support and for helping to make today's experience even more memorable.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the award stand for the presentation of the girls 100-meter dash Special Olympics. In 6th place from Harrisburg, Marit Bayer. In 5th place from Watertown, Emily Mogg. In 4th place from Aberdeen Central, Caitlin Heckler. In 3rd place from Harrisburg, Lydia Van Steedham. In 2nd place from Harrisburg, Ashlyn Anderson. And your Howard Wood Dakota Relays champion in the girls 100-meter dash Special Olympics, running a time of 15.84 from Aberdeen Central, Danica Sheets.
Your leaders, we're on the bell lap. Emmy Irie of Grand Forks, Bailey Vandergreen of Sioux Falls Christian, Bayer Johnner of Bismarck, again, athletes, coaches, and fans, you can keep up to date with the progress of Day 2 of the Howard Wood Dakota Relays on dakotatiming.com, on your phone or tablet, dakotatiming.com. Click on Howard Wood Relays, and you can keep up to date with the races that have been run and yet to be run, and the field events as they happen and as they're compiled. And Bailey Vandergreen of Sioux Falls Christian, a strong run in this first section.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the award stand, here are your top 8 finishers in the boys' Special Olympics 100-meter dash. In 8th place from Aberdeen Central, Jordan Marcusi. In 7th from Mitchell Christian, Aaron Tegethoff. In 6th from Sioux Falls Roosevelt, C.J. Townley. In 5th from Harrisburg, Braden Curry. In 4th from Aberdeen Central, Zachary Bowe. In 3rd from Aberdeen Central, Casey Gilborn. In 2nd from Hamlin, Isaac Sheehan. And your champion, the time of 14.21. From Pierre, Caden Cumbo.
And coming up, section 2 of the girls' 1,600-meter run, a great field. And underway, section 2, Faith Weiss of Flandreau, the 3,200 champ last night. Claire Grindy of Hillsborough Central Valley, number 2 in North Dakota, the defending North Dakota Class B champ. Brianna Riley, the 8th grader from Harrisburg, 4th at the Wood last year, the Class AA leader. Ruby Immels of Century, two-time defending champion North Dakota, third last year in this event. Ella Buckelhide of Northwestern, number 1, Class B girls. Ellie Maddox of Sioux Falls Christian, 5th at this event last year. She leads in Class A. Sadie Pettengill of Sioux Falls Christian, 4th in Class A. McKenna Johnson of Shanley, 4th last night in the 3200. Peyton Van Diest of Spearfish, 2nd at the Wood last year, ranked 2nd in AA. Hannah Genrich, the freshman from Harrisburg, 3rd in Class A. And Corey Keel of Spearfish, 5th last night in the 3200. So again, a great field. Our leaders will have 3 to go. All right, 200 to go on the second 400. Again, the meet record 4:48.85 set last year by Libby Castelli of O'Gorman. Ellie Maddox, Sioux Falls Christian. Brianna Riley of Harrisburg in 2nd. And Peyton Van Diest. And Van Diest again, winning the special 800 last night. Again, Peyton Van Diest of Spearfish was on the anchor for the winning Spartans 1600-meter sprint medley relay. And now, Brianna Riley of Harrisburg, Ellie Maddox of Sioux Falls Christian, all right, 450 meters to go. We're on the bell lap. Riley Maddox. Brianna Riley and Ellie Maddox running toward a great finish here. Again, Van Diest of Spearfish. And now 200 to go. Here comes Ellie Maddox of Sioux Falls Christian. Ellie Maddox of Sioux Falls Christian. Brianna Riley of Harrisburg. A great kick by Ellie Maddox of Sioux Falls Christian. And let's check the time, fans. Again, the record, 4:48.85, 4:46.95. A new meet record for Ellie Maddox of Sioux Falls Christian here at the Howard Wood Dakota Relays. And Brianna Riley of Harrisburg also under that meet record. Maddox the senior, Riley, just an 8th grader. And now, section 1 of 2 in the boys 1600 meter run. The meet record 4:04:05 set last or in 2023 by Simeon Birnbaum of Rapid City Stevens, now running for Oregon and setting records for the Beavers out there. Tayshawn Cudmore of Dupree ranked 4th in Class B. Cohen Dunnigan of Grand Forks River All-State in North Dakota cross country, and Silas Holdeman, the junior from Mitchell Christian, ranked 3rd in Class B. And in that girls 1600, Ellie Maddox of Sioux Falls Christian, 4:46.95, a season best and a meet record, #1 in South Dakota and in Class A, #30 in the United States. And with that record by Maddox, that totals up to 11 meet records so far at this edition of the Howard Wood Dakota Relays. That's just 2 shy of last year. Hannah Abraham of Sioux Falls, Washington. Warner Bowman of Bowman County, North Dakota. And currently in 3rd, Tate DeVries of Aberdeen Central. Jonah Nace of Bowman County now making a challenge, 2 to go. Jonah Nace of Bowman County, a state champion in the 1600 in North Dakota. Now in front of Hannah Abraham of Sioux Falls, Washington. Moving into fourth, that's Tyler Kimmel of Lakeville North. All right, Abraham. Neos on the bell lap. Four in contention as third and fourth starting to move up. Nace, Abraham. That's Kimmel of Lakeview North. They've got 200 to go. Tyler Kimmel of Lakeville North challenging Hannah Abraham of Sioux Falls, Washington. 100 to go. Nace making a run. Very close at the end, and it's Nace at the line. In this first section.
Margaret Duffy to the cabin, please. We need Margaret Duffy to the cabin for awards. Thank you.
All right, a stacked field in the second section. Tyrus Needles of Sioux Falls Lincoln ranked fourth in AA. Cole Riley of Sioux Falls, Washington, number 2 in AA, third last night in the 3200. Landon Herr of Legacy, fourth in North Dakota. Owen Johnson of Northern Cass, number 1 in North Dakota. Tate Grabo of Hill City, number 1 in Class A. Chloe McVeigh of Lennox, number 2 in Class A. Baylor Burns of Phillip, number 2 in Class B. Miles Lechtenberg of Sioux Falls Lincoln, number 1 in AA. Owen Hintz of Bismarck, 5th in this event a year ago, number 2 in North Dakota. Micah Peters of Brandon Valley, last night's 3200 champ. Kuma Kutima of Sioux City North, number 5 in the state of Iowa. Jack Peterson of Phillip, number 1 in Class B. And Dane Stark of Watertown, ranked 5th in AA. So they'll have 3 to go. And a lot in contention right now. Miles Lechtenberg of Lincoln on the backstretch. in the second lap. Owen Hintz of Bismarck in second. Cole Riley of Washington in third. And now 2 to go for our leaders. Still many in contention. Lechtenberg and Hintz, Riley and Peters in third and fourth. And now the top 6 starting to separate from the field. Owen Johnson of Northern Cass has now taken the lead. Johnson was the runner-up last night in the 3200. All right, coming up on the bell lap, Owen Johnson of Northern Cass. Cole Riley has moved into second. And Owen Hintz in third from Bismarck, 5th in this event a year ago, ranked number 2 in North Dakota. Here comes Micah Peters, last night's 3200 run winner. Micah Peters with 200 to go takes the lead. Cole Riley. And look at this kick. Micah Peters of Brandon Valley. Cole Riley of Washington. A great finish by Micah Peters of Brandon Valley. 4:09.22. That's a personal best. Number 1 in South Dakota and in AA, and it ranks 58th in the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the award stand for the presentation of the girls' 1600 meter run. In 8th place, from St. John's Prep, Margaret Duffy. In 7th place, from Flandreau, Faith Weiss. In 6th place, from Northwestern, Ella Buckelhide. In 5th place, from Rapid City Stevens, Iris Birnbaum. In 4th place, from Hillsborough Central Valley, Claire Grindy. In 3rd place, from Spearfish, Peyton Van Diest. In 2nd place, from Harrisburg, Brianna Riley. And the Howard Wood Dakota Relays champion in the girls' 1600 meter run with a time of 4 minutes, 46.95 seconds, which is the fastest time in South Dakota this season, from Sioux Falls Christian, Ellie Maddox.
On your mark.
Next on the track, Class B girls 4x1, a 3-section final. In this first section, Corsica Stickney, St. Mary's of Del Rapids, Aberdeen Christian, Wall, Alcester Hudson, Gregory, Sunshine Bible Academy, and Harriet Selby area from the outside. Lane 6, Aberdeen Christian, but here comes Harriet Selby area. And Wall in lane 5. Chloe Kitterman anchoring for Wall.
Back on the podium, we have Ellie Maddox of Sioux Falls Christian, joined by her coach, Luke Vanderleest. Her time of 4 minutes, 46.95 seconds is a new Howard Wood Dakota Relays meet record. It is also the fastest time in South Dakota this season, and she ranks number 30 in all of the United States this season. From Sioux Falls Christian, Ellie Maddox. Another free flyover from the South Dakota Army Air National Guard.
Please don't lose your concentration. Here we go. On your mark. Set.
In the second section from the outside, Phillip Esteline Hendricks, Timberlake number 10 in Class B, DeSmet number 8 in Class B, Warner in lane 4, number 7 in Class B, 52-46, Langford area lane 3, number 9 in Class B, North Central and Ipswich. The meet record 48.71 set last year by Bennett County. Lane 4, this is Warner. They're anchoring McKenna Lightholt. DeSmet, Adeline Gross finishing strong, but it's Warner in that second section.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the award stand, your top 8 finishers. It's the boys' 1,600-meter run. In 8th place from Sioux Falls, Lincoln, Miles Lechtenberg. In 7th from Watertown, Dane Stark. In 6th from Harrisburg, Griffin Smith. In 5th from Sioux Falls, Lincoln, Tyrus Needles. In 4th from Sioux City North, Kuma Gutima. In 3rd from Northern Cass, Owen Johnson. In 2nd place from Washington, Cole Riley. 7 of the top 8 guys had personal bests today. Our champion today now has the number 3 all-time record in the state. He had a PB today from Brandon Valley, Micah Peters.
On your mark. Set.
Underway, section 3 from the outside, Centerville. Canastota, Freeman in lane 6, number 3 in Class B. Hills Beaver Creek, lane 5. Bennett County, the defending champion, and a meet record last year, number 1 in Class B. Coleman Egan in lane 3, number 2 in Class B. Chester in lane 2. George Little Rock in lane 1. And this is Bennett County. Harley Harris to Jade O'Neill. Keep an eye on that record, 48.71. And it is Bennett County, your 4x100 meter relay champion.
And now that we're past 2 p.m., we have some of our next field events starting, including the boys discus. Four flights of the boys discus coming up. Includes some of the top talent in South Dakota Class A. Some of the top talent from North Dakota as well. Blake Anderson of Minot, last year's North Dakota Class A runner-up, as well as Lakeview's Jackson Stabb, Minnesota's one of his top shot putters in Minnesota, trying his hand at the discus. So 4 flights of that boys discus. That just got underway at 2 o'clock. And the girls triple jump also underway here with a 2 p.m. start time. 4 flights in that competition as well. Some of the top talent in South Dakota and North Dakota. So coming up in flights 3 and 4, a lot of returners who did very well at the South Dakota State meet last year. We'll keep you updated on that as well. So girls triple jump and boys discus underway in our final field events of the 2026 Howard Wood Dakota Relays.
On your mark. Set.
And section 1 of 3, Class A girls 4x100 meter relay. From the outside, Pack Legacy, Mockpeta Luda, Dual, Del Rapids, Laverne, Flandreau, Millbank, and Bonham. And on the video board, the final results of the Class B girls 4x100 meter relay. Again, Bennett County defends their title, 49-70. Bennett County. to the Miley cabin. And again, relay places 2 through 8. Be sure to pick up your medals at the Miley cabin as well. Del Rapids, lane 5, Laverne, Minnesota, lane 4, and it's Del Rapids, Madeline Henry, anchoring for the Couriers in section 1.
On your mark. Set.
And underway section 2 from the outside, lead Deadwood, Clark, Willow Lake, Custer, Hot Springs, number 7 in Class A, lane 4, West Central, number 6 in Class A, Shanley in Elk Point, Jefferson, and Groton area.
Could we have 2 girls please report to the Miley cabin here on the infield of the stadium? Reese Venengay of O'Gorman and Daniela Rodriguez of Spearfish, please report to the Miley cabin here in the infield.
Lane 2, Elk Point, Jefferson, Lauren McDermott, the outstanding hurdler anchoring for the Huskies. And it's EPJ and senior Lauren McDermott on the anchor for the Huskies. And coming up on our 3rd and final section, lane 1, Hill City, number 5 in Class A, West Lyon Inwood in lane 2, Sioux Falls Christian, lane 3, they're number 3 in Class A, Oak Grove Lutheran at 50:02 with the top seat time, number 3 in North Dakota, Belle Fourche, lane 5, number 2 in Class A, Canby, Minnesota, Canby, Minneota of Minnesota in lane 6, Wapaton, North Dakota, lane 7, Benson, KMS in lane 8.
On your mark.
And underway section 3. Oak Grove Lutheran of North Dakota running well, lane 4. And now to the anchor, Sophie Geiger, anchoring for Oak Grove Lucan, but here comes Sioux Falls Christian, Alexis McEntee for the Chargers. And lane 3, Sioux Falls Christian. The meet record 49.66 set by Sioux Falls Christian in 2023. 50.19 for Sioux Falls Christian. And when the results come in, they will be the champions in the Class A girls 4x1. Now we move to the Class AA girls 4x1. Meet record shared by two schools, 48-33, 2017, Fargo Davies, and last year by Rapid City Stevens.
On your mark.
And in this first section from the outside, Bismarck, Sturgis Brown, Mitchell, Pierre TF Riggs, O'Gorman, Yankton, Mandan, North Dakota, and Brookings. And this is Mitchell. In lane 6, they're anchoring Ryan Keys. Lane 4, Gorman. But it is Mitchell in that first section. Mitchell in 49.82 in that first section of 3. Now on the track, section 2. Lane 6, Rapid City Central, number 9 in AA. Lane 5, Aberdeen Central, number 8 in AA.
On your mark.
And from the outside in the second section, Minot, Century, Rapid City Central, Aberdeen Central, Brandon Valley, Dickinson, Sioux Falls Jefferson, and Hopkins. Lane 5. And now lane 3, this is Dickinson. Kamora Phillips anchoring for Dickinson, North Dakota.
Ladies and gentlemen, now in the award stand, climbing up to their spots, the top 8 placers in that very exciting girls pole vault. Here they are. In 8th place from Aberdeen Central, Jaden Forsyth. 7th from Watertown, Ellie Dingzer. In 6th from Ipswich, Jalissa Hudson. Finishing 5th from Marshall, Minnesota, Autumn Dietz. 4th from Sioux Falls Jefferson, Bea Carlson. In 3rd from Harrisburg, Jersey Tryon. 2nd place from Spearfish, Reese Nida. And the champion in the girls pole vault for 2026 at the Dakota Relays, also setting a new meet record at 13 feet 1 inch, putting her second all time in the state of South Dakota, and she is a freshman, and her name is Tenley Stiefel.
And in this third section from the outside, Harrisburg, Sioux Falls, Washington, Sioux Falls, Lincoln, number 3 in AA. Cheyenne in lane 5, number 1 in North Dakota. Lane 4, Rapid City Stevens, number 1 in AA. Lane 3, Watertown, number 2 in AA. Legacy, number 2 in North Dakota. And Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, lane 1. Rapid City Stevens, a great anchor, Ella Bradeen. Again, the meet record, 48:33. And unofficially, a meet record in the AA girls 4x1 for Rapid City Stevens. Mr. Lukens, it's yours.
Thank you, Mr. Van Gore. We're joined on the award stand now by a man who's got the same last name as the girl that just set the record. His name is Chris Stiefel. He is the coach at Custer, and Tenley Stiefel, his daughter, just went 13 feet 1 inch, again establishing a new meet record for the girls pole vault. Congratulations to the Stiefels.
And that time by Rapid City Stevens, 47:54. Again, a meet record. That is meet record number 5 today, and number 12 overall, just 1 off the 13 set last year.
Stand by your blocks. On your marks. Set.
And now underway. First of three sections, Class B boys, 4x1. In this first section, from the outside, Bridgewater Emory, Harding County, Centerville, Howard, Warner, Alcester Hudson, Harriet Selby area, and Wilmot. Lane 6, Centerville, Thomas Rotter. Anchoring, Howard coming on strong, but it's Centerville in this first section.
Ladies and gentlemen, now on the podium is the championship team of the Class A Girls 4x100 meter relay, Sioux Falls Christian. Their team of Autumn August, Emery Lems, Sydney Scott, and Alexis McEntee ran a time of 50.19 seconds. It's a season best for them, and they rank number 2 in South Dakota for Class A. The champions of the girls' Class A 4x100 meter relay team, Sioux Falls Christian.
And Centerville in that first section, 45.70. Howard at 45.80. Section 2 on the track.
Stand by your blocks. On your marks. Set.
Attention Canastota, your bus needs to be moved. Here in this section, lane 4, Sioux Falls Crit Lutheran, number 8 in Class B, Freeman in lane 3, number 9, and Gregory in lane 2, number 5. But it's Sioux Falls Lutheran, Camarion Garcia. Strong challenge by Gregory. Also coming on in lane 5, Drayton Valley Edinburgh. Again, the Canastota High School bus needs to be moved. Thank you. In our third and final section, lane 5, St. Mary's of Del Rapids, ranked number 1 in Class B. Lane 3, Phillip, ranked number 2 in Class B. Lane 8, Aberdeen Christian, ranked 3rd in Class B.
Stand by your block. On your mark. Set.
And underway, Section 3, Aberdeen Christian, Hills Beaver Creek, Chester, St. Mary's, George Little Rock, Phillip, Ipswich, and Coleman Egan from the outside. All right, lane 4, that's George Little Rock. St. Mary's, lane 5. Lane 8, this is Aberdeen Christian, Hills Beaver Creek.
St. Mary's.
St. Mary's, anchoring Logan Bauer, will get the title in the boys Class B 4x1.
Ladies and gentlemen, in those pretty pink uniforms on the award stand, we have another record holder, another record breaker, I should say. This one, it was a record crusher. They broke the existing meet record by about 0.8 of a second. And in the 4x100 meter relay, that is an amazing accomplishment. This foursome not only broke the meet record, they broke their own state record in the 4x1. This is Rapid City Stevens, the record holders for the Dakota Relays, the all-time state record holders for South Dakota, Maya Kachikian, Riley Willett, Ava Holsworth, and Ella Bradeen, their time 47.54.
Stand by your block.
Jeff, I'll wait.
On your mark. Set.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's focus right back on the award stand. Because we have another record, we have more t-shirts and accolades to hand out. And now, these Stevens 4x1 girls are joined on the stand by their coach, Mr. Jeff Fierro. Congratulations to Coach Fierro and the foursome from Rapid City Stevens.
All right, section 1 of 3 in the Class A boys, 4x1. Lane 1, that's dual. The meet record 42.97, set in 2016 by St. Thomas More.
Attention athletes, we need West Lions girls 4x1 team to please come to the Miley cabin with your medals.
And in Class B boys 4x1, we'll pass along the meet record 43.35 2021 by Viber Curley.
Through flight 1 of the boys discus competition. Your leader, Gavin Pica of Del Rapids St. Mary's, with a throw of 147 feet 1 inch in round 3. 3 flights of the boys discus remain.
Stand by your blocks. On your mark. Set.
And now section 2 from the outside, Wagner, Vermillion, number 5 in Class A, Ethan Parkston, number 8 in Class A, Elton Lake Benton, lane 5, number 7 in Class A, lane 4, Redwood Valley, then West Lyon Inwood, Sioux Falls Christian, and West Central, all from the outside. Lane 6, this is Ethan Parkston, Mark Deckert, anchoring.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the award stand, your top team in the girls 4x1 in Class B, Bennett County. A season best today, and it is the top time in Class B this year of 49.7. Members of the team are Payson O'Neill, Macy Clausen, Harley Harris, and Jade O'Neill. Bennett County winning the 4x1.
Next on the track, section 3, Class A boys 4x1. Lane 5, Lennox, number 1 in Class A. In lane 3, Hill City, number 2 in Class A. And in lane 7, Tri-Valley, number 3 in Class A.
Stand by your block. On your mark.
And now, section 3 from the outside, Hot Springs, Tri-Valley, Laverne, Minnesota, Lennox, Shanley, Hill City, Oak Grove, Lutheran, and Dakota Valley. A great finish coming up. Lane 1, Dakota Valley, Jackson Shoulders, anchoring for the Panthers. Lane 3, Hill City, anchoring Nick Schroeder. And we'll get to the AA boys 4x1. Let's go down to Jeff Lukens for 2 special presentations. Jeff?
Thank you, Joe. Ladies and gentlemen, the Howard Wood Dakota Relays Board of Directors is pleased to announce the winners of the 2026 Dakota Relays Gold Medal Scholarship. The winners are chosen by a scholarship committee comprised of members of the Board of Directors, all of whom carefully review each application prior to making a final and very, very challenging decision. This year, our high school winners, our girls winner is Ellie Maddox from Sioux Falls Christian High School. More on Ellie in just a moment. And our high school boys winner is Micah Peters from Brandon Valley High School. These outstanding young people were selected from among a group of outstanding young student athletes, all of whom have successfully competed at the highest level in their sport while maintaining a GPA of 3.2 or higher, demonstrating leadership in their roles both on and off the track and choosing to continue to participate in track and field at the collegiate level. The Gold Medal Scholarship was established in the year 2000 and consists of a one-time award of $1,000 for each athlete. Further information regarding the scholarship and the Dakota Relays can be found at dakotarelays.com. A little more specific information about our young lady recipient, Ellie Maddox. Ellie has been a cornerstone of the Sioux Falls Christian Athletic Department, competing in varsity track from grades 7 through 12 and varsity cross country from grades 8 through 12. Ellie is a multiple-time state champion and an All-American. Ellie holds Class A state meet records in the 1600, the 4x4, and school records in the 1632, 4x8, and 4x4. She was the 2025 Class A individual state champion in the 16 and in cross country, and a Nike Indoor Nationals All-American in the 2-mile. And she was also a key contributor to state championship teams in both track and cross country. Ellie anchored 3 state championship 4x8 relays and helped her team place 6th nationally at the 2025 Nike Cross Country Heartland Nationals. She is ranked among South Dakota's all-time best in the 1600 and 3200 and has earned 12 individual state medals along with multiple Howard Wood Dakota Relays records. Beyond athletics, Ellie is Vice President of Student Council, a National Honor Society member, and a leader in service organizations, including SALSA and the Mayor's Youth Council. She's completed over 375 hours of community service, served as South Dakota House of Representative Page, and held a summer internship in human resources. Ellie will continue her academic and athletic career at Duke University. She is the daughter of Brandon and Megan Maddox. Give it up for Ellie Maddox from Sioux Falls Christian. Let's hear a little more about Micah. Micah Peters has been a standout competitor for Brandon Valley High School, lettering in varsity track and cross country, get this, every year since 7th grade. A dominant distance runner, Micah is the 2025 Class AA cross country champ, a Brooks Cross Country National All-American, and the South Dakota Gatorade Runner of the Year for cross country. On the track, Micah won the 3,200 meters at Howard Wood last year, and this year as well, just yesterday, anchored the state record-setting championship sprint medley relay and earned multiple podium finishes in the 2025 state track meet, including runner-up in the 3,200. Micah holds school records in the 16, the 32, and the sprint medley relay, with performances ranked among the top 10 in South Dakota history, and he also owns the Class AA state record in the 5K in cross country. Beyond athletics, Micah maintains a 3.97 GPA is a two-year member of the Student Council and National Honor Society and serves as a student leader for the Fellowship of Christian Athletes. He is actively involved in Best Buddies and Special Olympics, using his platform as Gatorade Athlete of the Year to give back to the community, and he was honored as a member of the homecoming royalty. Micah will continue his academic and athletic career at Iowa State University with aspirations of pursuing education and coaching. Micah is the son of Jonathan and Ann Peters. Let's hear it again for Micah Peters from Brandon Valley.
Here we go, fellas. Stand by your block. On your mark.
Underway, section 1 of 3 in the AA boys 4x100 meter relay. From the outside, Jamestown, Sioux Falls, Roosevelt. T area, Red River, Sioux Falls, Washington, Grand Forks Central, Brookings, and Mitchell. Sioux Falls, Washington, lane 4, a seed time of 43:89.
Attention athletes, we need the Sioux Falls, Washington girls 4x1 team to come to the mile.
And Sioux Falls, Washington. Diveview Bonwell Whitty cruising here in this first section.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a good day to be a Cardinal. This team today set a school record, and it is the first time ever a Del Rapids St. Mary boys team has won a relay here at the Howard Wood Dakota Relays. The Del Rapids St. Mary's boys win the 4x1 in Class B at time of 44.18. Members include Thomas Lavoie, Lincoln LeBrun, Jake Heinitz, and Logan Bauer. Congratulations to the Cardinals.
Stand by your block. On your mark.
And now underway, section 2 from the outside, Hopkins, Brandon Valley, lane 7, number 10 in AA, Harrisburg in lane 6, number 8 in AA, Minot in lane 4, Bismarck lane 3, Sturgis Brown lane 2, number 9 in AA, and Sioux City West in lane 1. And Harrisburg, Josiah Hines, Jace Thesey will anchor for the Tigers. And Harrisburg. In lane 6, again number 8 in AA coming in.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the award stand is the championship team for the boys Class A 4x100 meter relay, Dakota Valley. Their team of Ethan Seaton, Tatum Sorensen, Cameron Colt, and Jackson Shoulders. They ran a school record time of 43.45 seconds. And that time also ranks them number 1 in South Dakota Class A. And they ran this race running in lane 1. Ladies and gentlemen, Dakota Valley.
All right, let's set up section 3 of the AA boys 4x1. Sioux Falls Lincoln, lane 3, number 2 in AA. Sioux Falls Jefferson, number 1 in AA, a time of 42:39. Lane 5, Legacy, number 1 in North Dakota. Lane 6, Rapid City Central, number 3 in AA. And Dickinson, number 3 in North Dakota, in lane 7.
Stand by your block. On your mark. Set.
From the outside, Aberdeen Central, Dickinson, Rapid City Central, Legacy, Sioux Falls Jefferson, Sioux Falls Lincoln, Rapid City Stevens, and Pierre in lane 1. Here comes Legacy, Sioux Falls Lincoln, Yusef Jama, runner-up in the pole vault. Here comes Lincoln, Javon Haukus. What an anchor by Javon Haukus, the senior from Sioux Falls Lincoln, in that third and final section. They run 42:88. Fans waiting for the 3 sections to be compiled.
Coverage of the 2026 Howard Wood Dakota Relays is made possible through a partnership between the Howard Wood Dakota Relays and SDPB. Sponsors include Salmons Financial, Journey Group, building community since 1910, and First Premier Bank. Coverage is also made possible by your membership in Friends of SDPB. Thank you for helping us bring you this coverage.
Premier Bank Card are honored to help sponsor the Howard Wood Dakota Relays. Giving back and making a difference is the premier way.
update in the girls triple jump. Our early leader in the early flight was Harley Harris of Bennett County, jumping a PB and a new South Dakota 7th best this season. But in the first round of flight number 2, we had Asia Aldridge of Harrisburg. The senior jumped 36 feet 8 inches, and she is our current leader. So with still some preliminary jumps to go, it is Aldridge of Harrisburg, your early leader in that girls triple jump.
Fans, because of a scratch, no girls 4x1 unified. Now we move to the boys 4x1 unified.
Here we go, fellas. On your mark. Set.
And underway, the boys 4x1 meter relay unified, Sioux Falls, Jefferson, Watertown, Hot Springs, Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, Hamlin, Huron, and Sioux Falls, Jefferson B. On the video board, the AA boys 4x1, Harrisburg at 42:19, the top time. And that time by Harrisburg ranks number 7 all time in South Dakota. Lane 4, this is Sioux Falls, Roosevelt. Mason Lawhern anchoring for the Rough Riders. Lane 7, Sioux Falls, Jefferson. Camden Milliman. Lane 3, Hamlin, Isaac Sheehan. And lane 2, Huron with Ethan Hewell. Great job, fellas.
Through 2 flights of the boys discus, Lane Bixby of Rapid City Central is your new leader, 160 feet 7 inches. It's the new 2026 South Dakota 5th best mark. So Lane Bixby, early leader in the boys discus with 2 flights to go.
And that time in the unified boys 4x1, Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, 56:40 for the win.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the award stand, we have the winners of the Class AA Boys 4x100 meter relay. Their time of 42:19, as Joe Van Gore said, moves them into 7th all time in state history. Here they are: Nathan Walter, Camden Schimmel, Josiah Heinz, and Jace Teasy. Congratulations to the Harrisburg Tigers. They're champions in the 2026 4x1 for Class AA.
All right, next on the track, our final girls running event of this 101st Howard Wood Dakota Relays, a 3-section final of the Class B girls 4x400 meter relay. And that start list on the video board.
Nope, I don't. Your mark.
And the Class B girls 4x4 underway with section 1 from the outside: Iroquois, Lake Preston, Harriet Selby area, Canastota, Dubrook area, Sioux Falls Lutheran, Warner, Wessington Springs, and Aberdeen Christian from the outside. Lane 3, this is Warner. McKenna Lighthold to Kenna Wolberg.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the award stand, your top finisher in the boys 4x100 unified, the team from Sioux Falls, Roosevelt. Team members include Logan Stallberg, CJ Townley, Ryan Ehlers, and Mason Lawhern, a time of 56.4. Congratulations to the riders.
Warner, Sioux Falls Lutheran, Dubrook area. Warner on their third leg with Shea Sourwine. Dubrook area, anchoring Nora Olson. And here comes Warner. McKenna Hazelhorse, the freshman, anchoring for the Monarchs. Dubrook area, Warner. And it's the Dolphins in Section 1. The meet record 4:03.94 set in 1978 by Burke.
Ladies and gentlemen, we still have some medals that have not been picked up from earlier in the track meet. If we can get a representative from O'Gorman, Hillsboro, Jefferson, Huron, and White River to report to the Miley cabin to pick up your medals.
And Dubrook area, 4:16.69 in that first section. Warner, 4:17.96. Start list section 2 on the video board.
On your mark.
And now underway section 2 from the outside, North Central, Corsica Stickney, Sunshine Bible Academy, Woolsey Wessington, George Little Rock, Gettysburg, Highmore Herald, and DeSmet. Salmons Financial Group is proud to sponsor the 2026 Howard Wood Dakota Relays, supporting young athletes in our communities. With a legacy spanning decades, we help individuals and families build, protect, and preserve their financial futures. Salmons Financial Group, empowering futures, changing lives. Lane 6, this is Sunshine Bible Academy. They started off with Tessa Hinman. DeSmet, Hazel Luthers to Aubrey Blue. They'll cut at the cones. George Little Rock has moved into second. Grace Ubinga on the second leg for George Little Rock. All right, going into the third leg. Sunshine Bible, George Little Rock. DeSmet in third for Sunshine Bible. Darabee Boersma for George Little Rock. Carly DeLiu. All right, coming to the anchor, Sunshine Bible. Dakota Boersma will anchor. George Little Rock will anchor. Lindsey Haken. And DeSmet will anchor Cambria Gross, the 8th grader. All right, 200 to go. Sunshine Bible, George Little Rock. And 100 to go. Sunshine Bible, George Little Rock. And George Little Rock will take section 2. And now on the track, section 3. Centerville, lane 4, ranked number 1 in Class B, 409.95. Coleman Egan, lane 5, number 2 in Class B, 411.49. And Northwestern, lane 3, number 3 in Class B, 412.55.
On your mark. Set.
And now underway, section 3 from the outside, Timberlake, Freeman, Phillip, Coleman Egan, Centerville, Northwestern, Chester, and Ipswich. Coleman Egan, lane 5. Lane 1 is Ipswich. And now Ipswich from Marley Guttmiller to Shauna Henderson. Again, they'll cut at the cones. Ipswich, ranked number 7 in Class B. Coming in, they had a time of 4:17.84. Ipswich, Coleman Egan, and Phillip. Going into the third exchange, Ipswich, Colin Oban, Coleman Egan, Brindley Landis. And Phillip on their third leg, Maisie McDaniel. And 200 to go on this third leg. It is Coleman Egan with Brindley Landis. Coleman Egan will anchor Jolie Flatten. Ipswich will anchor Aubrey Durad. Phillip will anchor Drew Turkelson. Down the backstretch, this is Coleman Egan. Phillip threatening to take second. All right, 200 to go. Again, the meet record, 4:03.94, set in 1978 by Burke. Coleman Egan, Jolie Flatten, less than 100 to go. And now Centerville has moved into third. They're anchoring Sage Martz. But it is Coleman Egan in section number 3. And fans, you see the times populating. Coleman Egan, 4:03.74. That's a new meet record in Class B girls. A record that had been held since 1978 when Burke went 4:03.94.
As we wrap up our girls triple jump preliminary rounds, we have a new leader, Cadence Coughlin, Brandon Valley, 38 feet 1 inch her PB coming in, just shy of that currently, 36 feet 10 1/4 inch. We'll get you your 9 finalists shortly. That's the girls triple jump.
And fans, that record by Coleman Egan in the girls 4x4 is record number 6 today, with 7 to go from yesterday. That ties the record set last year at 13.
On your mark.
And now move into Class A. Meet record 3:59.63 set last year by Sioux Falls Christian. Brown, Maddox, Pettengill, and Anna Vine, from the outside, Hanson, Chamberlain, Hill City, Beersford, Hillsborough, Central Valley, Shanley, Miller, and St. Thomas More.
And through 3 flights of the men's discus, we still have our leader, Lane Bixby of Rapid City Central, 160 feet, 7 inches. 1 more flight to go in the preliminary rounds of the boys' discus.
Lane 4, that's Hillsborough Central Valley. They opened up with Peyton Olson. Caroline Anderson now for Hillsborough Central Valley. And cutting at the cones, Hillsborough Central Valley. And the official results, Class B girls 4x4, Coleman Egan, 4:03.74, a meet record #1 in Class B with a season best. This is Beersford, Nora Hieronymus. Shanley now into second. Anna Strand running for Shanley. Hillsborough Central Valley, Addison Sari. And now Shanley on the backstretch will move up front. Hillsborough Central Valley, Shanley, and Beersford. And now on the anchor leg for Hillsborough Central Valley, Claire Grindy.
Just wondering what you were doing in 1978. One of the longest Howard Wood relay records has been broken, and you just witnessed it by the team from Coleman Egan in the girls 4x4 in Class B. The record was set by Burke back in 1978. Members of the team include Finley Lucy, Brinley Landis, Crystal Silva Dominguez, and Jolie Flatten. Coleman Egan, your champions in the 4x4. And we'll have the coach come on up with the record-breaking day for Coleman Egan and the 4x4.
And Hillsborough Central Valley in that first section of Class A. Again, they anchored Claire Grindy, who was in the Special 800 last night. Their time, 4:09.73. For over 115 years, Journey Group has been building more than structures. From schools and hospitals to roads and bridges, their history is strong and their future is bright. Journey Group, building community since 1910.
on. On your mark.
And now underway Section 2, Class A Girls 4x4 from the outside, Wapaton, North Dakota, Mount Vernon, Plankington, Mobridge Pollock, number 10 in Class A, Canby, Minneota. In lane 4, Ethan Parkston, number 9 in Class A, Pack Legacy in lane 3, Groton area, number 8 in Class A in lane 2, Sioux Valley in lane 1.
We'll introduce you to our 9 finalists in the girls' triple jump, starting with Ayana Gill of Bismarck, Shauna Evenson of Watertown, Juliet Remington of Yankton, Jordan Stahl of Shiloh Christian, Audrey Miller of Mitchell, Katie Humble of Sioux Falls Christian, Harley Harris of Bennett County, Asia Aldridge of Harrisburg, and your leader in the preliminary rounds, Cadence Copeland of Brandon Valley, the senior, jumping 36 feet 10 1/4 inch. Those are your 9 finalists in the girls' triple jump.
And in the second section, fans, there is a lost debit card in the souvenir shop. You can identify it, it's there. Pack Legacy going into the anchor. This is Summer Peterson to Kylie Lauren. Canby, Minneota in second. And now Wapaton, Taylor Mouch to Adeline Parker. Official Howard Wood Dakota Relays t-shirts, hats, and other souvenirs can be purchased in the souvenir shop on the southwest side corner of the stadium. And we hope you're following the Dakota Relays on social media, on Twitter at Dakota Relays, Instagram at Dakota Relays, Facebook Live at Dakota Relays, and Snapchat on the Dakota Relays frame. This is Pack Legacy. Kylie Lauren. Wapaton, Adeline Parker. And then Camby Miniota coming in third. Pat Legacy, 4:07.05 in that second section. The meet record in Class A, 3:59.63, set by Sioux Falls Christian with Brown, Maddox, Pettengill, and Anna Vine.
On your mark.
And now our third and final section from the outside, New Rockford, Cheyenne, Del Rapids Public, Lennox, Clark Willow Lake, Sioux Falls Christian, lane 4, number 1 in Class A. They set the record last year. Flandreau, number 3 in Class A, Millbank, lane 2, West Central, lane 1. Lane 6, this is Lennox. Jayla DeCou started off for the Orioles. They'll go to freshman Bergen Musser. Flandreau running well in lane 3. Faith Weiss, who won the girls 3200 last night, handing off to Rona Streets. But it's Lennox at the cones on the backstretch. Lennox, their third leg, the freshman Addie McVeigh. Sioux Falls Christian, Ellie Maddox will run the third leg for the Chargers. All right, this is Lennox going into the anchor. Addie McVeigh to Tori Gertis. Lennox running a sophomore and 3 freshmen. Here comes Ellie Maddox of Sioux Falls Christian. She'll hand off to Hallie Brown, the hurdle double in the 100-meter hurdles and the 300-meter hurdles. And on the backstretch, here comes Hallie Brown of Sioux Falls Christian. Again, Tori Gertis anchoring for the Orioles, but here's Brown of Sioux Falls Christian. Less than 100 to go. Brown of Sioux Falls Christian. Tori Gertis of Lenox. And it's Hallie Brown of Sioux Falls Christian. Again, they set the record last year. 3:59.63 and 3:58.87 for Sioux Falls Christian. Another meet record for the Chargers. Lenox goes 3:59.75 for second. And fans, that record by Sioux Falls Christian, our 7th of the day and 14th of this edition of the Howard Wood Dakota Relays. Now we move to AA girls.
On your mark.
And as we said, we move to the AA girls 4x4 in this first section from the outside. Mitchell, Brookings, Sioux Falls, Washington, Aberdeen Central, Yankton Lane 4 ranked 10th in AA at 4:13.94. Then Douglas, Sturgis Brown, and Sioux City North.
We have a new leader in the boys discus with Tayton Boersma of Elkton Lake Benton, throwing 164 feet 11 inches. That's the new South Dakota #2 here in 2026. Still a few throws in that fourth flight. We'll keep you updated in the girls triple jump. Your leader remains Cadence Coplin of Brandon Valley, 36 feet 10 1/4 inches. They are in round 5.
Lane 6, this is Sioux Falls, Washington. Riley Rothenberger to Marissa Bauman. And Mitchell at the cones. Moves into second. Emily Ellis took the baton from Addie Simpson. And now Mitchell in the lead on the second leg. And now we go to the third leg. Washington, Mitchell, and Brookings surging into the lead. Calla Forster to Ella Miller. Washington, Melanie Lamb, and Mitchell's third leg, Emma Robb. And now to the front, Sioux Falls, Washington, Melanie Lamb to Layla Birdie in this first section. On the backstretch, Sioux Falls, Washington, Mitchell, and now Brookings, anchoring Hadley Devine. 200 to go. Washington, Brookings. Again, Washington, anchoring Layla Birdie. Brookings, anchoring Hadley Devine. Mitchell, anchoring Ryan Keys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the award stand. Once again, we have a relay team from Sioux Falls Christian. This time they won the Class A Girls 4x400 meter relay. Their team of Natalie Smith, Sadie Pettingill, Ellie Maddox, and the outstanding anchor leg from Hallie Brown. They ran a time of 3 minutes, 58.87 seconds, which is the fastest time in South Dakota Class A this season. Ladies and gentlemen, Sioux Falls Christian. Now joining the Sioux Falls Christian relay team is their coach, Luke Vanderleest. And he is getting very used to his team being on the top of the podium. They ran a time of 3 minutes, 58.87 seconds, which is a new Howard Wood Dakota Relays meet record. Ladies and gentlemen, Sioux Falls Christian.
On your mark.
Sioux Falls, Washington's time in that first section, 4:08:57. Now in section 2, from the outside, Hopkins, Mandan, Minot, number 7 in North Dakota, O'Gorman, number 6 in AA, Century, number 4 in North Dakota, Pierre, T.F. Riggs in lane 3, number 7 in AA, Rapid City Central lane 2, number 8 in AA, and Rapid City Stevens. The meet record 3:52.95, set in 2017 by Brandon Valley. Century running well in lane 4. They started off with Harper Keller, Maggie Bolt now. Mandan in lane 7, Macy Grubb to Ava Weisbeck. And now Rapid City Stevens, Riley Willett. Rapid City Stevens has run 4:13.26 coming in. And now Stevens into the lead. Century, but now 2 coming from the outside. O'Gorman and Rapid City Central to the 3rd leg for Stevens. This is Brenna Sheldon. O'Gorman, Allie Watson. Bismarck Century with Sedona Springs now springing into the lead. This is Bismarck Century. O'Gorman chasing. And now, Allie Watson surging for O'Gorman. Mandan is in 3rd. Now going to the anchor leg for O'Gorman, freshman Elise Johnson. For Century, senior Sylvia Taylor. Now Rapid City Stevens, 7th grader Evelyn Hurley will anchor for the Raiders. And now Pierre, Charlie Williams Smith. Charlie Williams Smith, the 400 champion, now moving into 3rd. And now, 100 to go. O'Gorman, Century, Pierre, Rapid City Stevens. And it's O'Gorman with the late push from Elise Johnson that will win this 2nd section. .403.31 for O'Gorman. 1 section to go.
On your mark.
And our 3rd and final section, AA girls 4x4 underway. From the outside, Lakeville North. Legacy, number 2 in North Dakota. Bismarck, lane 6, number 1 in North Dakota. T-Area, number 2 in AA, lane 5. Sioux Falls, Lincoln, lane 4 and number 1 in AA at 3:58.65. Harrisburg, 3rd in AA, lane 3. Spearfish, lane 2. Brandon Valley, lane 1.
As we prepare for the boys discus final, we have a new leader, and that is Jackson Day of Winter. Day with a toss of 174 feet 11 inches in his 3rd round, fouled his first 2 attempts, but was able to come back on that 3rd one and take the lead. We'll give you an update in the girls triple jump in just a moment. We're getting into our final jumps of that competition as we wrap up our field events here at the 2026 Howard Wood Dakota Relays.
And that was Ella Termott of Lincoln. Layton Crawford now running for the Pats. And at the cones, it's Lincoln. Harrisburg, Francesca Barnett, Spearfish, Peyton Van Diest. And from T-Area, Brooklyn Reiners. Lincoln, Spearfish. Peyton Van Diest, the 800 special winner from last night. Then it's Harrisburg and T-Area. Harrisburg on this 3rd lane, Taylor Syverson. And Spearfish running Marley Mossett. Here comes Harrisburg on the backstretch. For Sioux Falls, Lincoln, Natalie Lease. But here comes Harrisburg and Spearfish. Natalie Lease, the sophomore. Ella Smith will run the anchor. The meet time, or the meet record, 3:52.95, set in 2017 by Brandon Valley. T-Area making a move into 3rd. Sydney Stahlecker anchoring for the Titans. Sioux Falls, Lincoln. Here's T-Area. Spearfish. Harrisburg. Again, the meet record, 3:52.95. And it's Sioux Falls, Lincoln, your champion in the AA girls 4x4. Their time, 3:56.36. All right, now we move into our final boys running event and our final event of the 101st and 2026 Howard Wood Dakota Relays. At this time, let's give a round of applause to our meet directors, meet workers, volunteers, everyone who made the 2026 Howard Wood Dakota Relays a great success. Thank you. Again, 14 records, 7 today, 7 yesterday. Will we see a record in the boys 4x4? And on the video board, the results of the girls AA.
On your mark. Set.
On the track, section 1 of 3, Class B boys 4x4, the meet record 3:29.06, set in 2017 by Coleman Egan. From the outside, Avon, Gayville Vollen, Chester, Aberdeen Christian, Dubrook area, Viborg Hurley, Centerville in lane 2, and Esteline Hendricks.
And our girls triple jump competition has concluded. Unofficially, your champion, Cadence Coughlin of Brandon Valley. The senior jumps 36 feet, 10.5 inches. Congratulations, Cadence, in the win on the girls triple jump.
Aberdeen Christian in lane 5. They started off with Luke Kaiser. This is Eben Wordler.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the award stand, the champions of the 2026 Howard Wood Dakota Relays AA Girls 4x400 meter relay. An outstanding time, best time in the state of South Dakota this year. 3 minutes, 56.36 seconds. The Patriots from Sioux Falls, Lincoln. Here they are, Ella Termott, Leighton Crawford, Natalie Lease, and Ella Smith. Congratulations, the Sioux Falls Lincoln winners, girls 4x4.
Viborg Hurley, Dubrook area, Aberdeen Christian, and going into the anchor, Godwin Johnson for the Cougars of Viborg Hurley. Dubrook area, anchoring Charlie Olson. Aberdeen Christian, anchoring Brian Ekanger. This is Godwin Johnson, Viborg Hurley. A strong run in this first section of the Class B boys 4x4. Dubrook area, Again, anchoring Charlie Olson, Aberdeen Christian in third. Liburg Hurley's time, 3:38.13. Dubrook area, 3:39.98.
Let's introduce you to our 9 finalists in the boys discus. We have Nick Popkes of Sioux Falls Christian, Anderson Porish of Huron, Gunnar Grant of Sioux Falls Lincoln, Legend Benedict of Winter, Jack Birch of Aberdeen Central, Lane Bixby of Rapid City Central, Peyton Boersma of Elkton Lake Benton, Lucas Fisher of Grand Forks Central currently sitting second, and your leader through 4 rounds of the boys discus is Jackson Day of Winter with a toss of 174 feet, 11 inches.
And now underway section 2 from the outside, Castlewood in lane 8, number 6 in Class B, Bridgewater, Emory, White River, Northwestern lane 5, number 10 in Class B, Wessington Springs, number 9 in Class B in lane 4. They ran 30, 40, 50, 30, 40, 50, I should say. DeSmet in lane 3, Ipswich lane 2, Frederick area, lane 1. And at the cones, this is DeSmet, Rogan Albrecht, Bridgewater Emory, Peyton Roskins, then Castlewood, Yater Munoz, and now going into the third leg, Chase Temmie for the Bulldogs of DeSmet. For Bridgewater Emory, Brady Jager. And for Castlewood, it's Dalton Morehouse. White River, battling for third. Here comes Bridgewater Emory. Bridgewater Emory, DeSmet, Castlewood. This is Bridgewater Emory Holden Wallman, the senior, anchoring for the Huskies. Castlewood is now moving into second. Camden Kessler anchoring for the Warriors. But it's Bridgewater Emery with a strong leg by Holden Wallman to win the second section. Castlewood, Camden Kessler anchoring. And then Ipswich moves into third, Ethan Wall anchoring for Ipswich. Again, the meet record 3:29.06 set in 2017 by Coleman Egan. Bridgewater Emery, 332.50 in that second section. Now to section 3.
On your mark.
And in this third and final section, 7 of the top 8 Class B boys teams on the track. Sioux Falls Lutheran, 8th. Freeman, lane 7, number 5. Kimball White Lake, number 4. Phillip, number 1. A time of 3:33.33. George Little Rock, Iowa, lane 4, 3:31.65. St. Mary's of Del Rapids, number 3 in Class B. Timberlake, number 2 in Class B. And Coleman Egan, number 7 in Class B. A great field for this third and final section of the Class B boys 4x4.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the award stand, your top 8 finishers in the girls' triple jump. In 8th place from Watertown, Shauna Evenson. In 7th from Yankton, Juliet Remington. In 6th from Shiloh Christian, Jordan Stahl. In 5th from Mitchell, Audrey Miller. In 4th from Bennett County, Harley Harris. In 3rd place from Harrisburg, Asia Aldridge. In 2nd place from Sioux Falls Christian, Katie Humble. And your champion with a leap of 36 feet, 10.5 inches from Brandon Valley, Cadence Coughlin.
And now back to the track in section 3. They'll be coming into the anchor. This is George Little Rock, Austin Landis, anchoring to sophomore Zach Anderson. Phillip ranked number 1 in Class B. Jack Peterson. Baylor Burns will anchor for the Scotties. Now Freeman in third. Tate Sorensen to Luke Peters. George Little Rock, Phillip, Freeman. Again, the meet record, 3:29.06, set in 2017 by Coleman Egan. Phillip and Freeman, second and third, but with 100 to go, this is George Little Rock. Watch the clock, fans. And George Little Rock with Zach Anderson anchoring. Another meet record. That is 3:27.65 for George Little Rock, our 15th record of these 2026 Howard Wood Dakota Relays. Wow.
And we have unofficial results for the boys discus. It will be your winner, Jackson Day, of winner. The junior throws 174 feet, 11 inches, and will unofficially take the win in our final Howard Wood Dakota Relays field event here in 2026.
And underway, section 1 of 3, Class A boys, 4x4, meet record, 3:24.34, set in 1988 by Alta, Iowa. From the outside, Hanson, Custer, Sisseton, Brenton Hekla, Hamlin, Belfouche, and Clark Willow Lake, Pack Legacy in lane 1. Running well, lane 6, Sisseton, Holden Hawkins. Then Belfouche in lane 3, Gavin Pearson starting off for the Bronx.
Attention fans, can we get the coach, boys coach from George Little Rock to the award stand, please? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the award stand, here are your champions in the Class B Boys 4x4. Not only a season best, it is a school record and a Howard Wood Relays record. The guys from George Little Rock. For the Mustangs, they are led by Cassius Sandbolt, Austin Landis, Gavin Bruns, and Zach Anderson. A time of 3:27:65.
All right, in this first section, this is Hanson, Cole DeWald, anchoring for the Beavers. Back Legacy, and now Sisseton, Ryder Graff anchoring.
And while we have a moment, we're going to bring up the coach of George Little Rock to join his record-setting team here at the Howard Wood Dakota Relays, the Mustangs from George Little Rock.
And attention teams, as we're getting close to the end of this edition of the Howard Wood Dakota Relays, please pick up around your team camps. Howard Wood Field maintenance would appreciate that.
On your mark.
Hanson in that first section went 3:37.08. Here in section 2, from the outside, Parker Marion, Ethan Parkston in 7th, 8th in Class A. Hot Springs in lane 6, 7th in Class A. West Lyon, Inwood, Grafton in lane 4, Mount Vernon, Plankington in 3, number 6 in Class A. Garrett's in lane 2, number 8 in Class A. And Millbank in lane 1, number 9 in Class A. Lane 4, Grafton running well. West Lyon, Inwood. As they come to the cones, it's Grafton. West Lyon, Inwood. And now West Lyon, Inwood. Mount Vernon Plankington. Here comes Grafton. Ethan Parkston. West Lyon Inwood, Ethan Parkston. And then Mount Vernon Plankington and Grafton. .200 to go, West Lyon Inwood. Mason McCarty anchoring. Ethan Parkston anchoring. Sean Deckert. And now a battle for third. Grafton. Isaac Navarro. And Navarro for Grafton catches second in the second section. Inwood West Lyon, 3:30.32. Grafton, 3:31.20. And Ethan Parkston, 3:31.30.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the award stand is the presentation of the boys' discus. In 8th place, from Huron, Anderson Porish. In 7th place, from Sioux Falls, Lincoln, Gunnar Grant. In 6th place, from Aberdeen Central, Jack Birch. In 5th place, from Rapid City Central, Lane Bixby. In 4th place, from Elton Lake Benton, Tayton Boersma. In 3rd place, from Winter, Legend Benedict. In 2nd place, from Grand Forks Central, Lucas Fisher. And your Howard Wood Dakota Relays champion in the boys' discus, from Winter, Jackson Day, with a throw of 174 feet, 11 inches.
And fans, that wraps up our field events for the 2026 and 101st Howard Wood Dakota Relays. Big thanks to our field event workers for a great job.
Everybody block. On your mark.
And now our third and final section, Class A boys 4x4 from the outside Shanley. Baltic ranked 4th in Class A. Southwest Minnesota Christian. Lane 5 Laverne, Sioux Falls Christian. Lane 4 and number 1 in Class A, 3:27.90. Sioux Valley number 2 in Class A. Hill City number 3 in Class A in lane 2. Lennox in lane 1, number 5 in Class A. In the meet record, 3:24.34, set by Alta, Iowa in 1988. Lane 3, Sioux Valley, Brady Hiltonen, starting off for the Cossacks. Now for Sioux Valley, Mitchell Guttmiller. Sioux Falls Christian, Aiden Buys to Bryce Wassenaar. Southwest Minnesota Christian now getting into first. Pat Ryan started. Now Silas Van Essen in the lead. Three in contention going into the third leg. Sioux Valley, Southwest Minnesota Christian. Here comes Sioux Falls Christian. Max McDonald will go for the Chargers. Tyler Papp for Southwest Minnesota Christian, and Hunter Steinhaus for Sioux Valley. Now Sioux Valley, we're coming to the anchor. Sioux Valley, Sioux Falls Christian, Southwest Minnesota Christian. Laverne now in fourth. Sioux Valley, Southwest Minnesota Christian, Sioux Falls Christian into the anchor leg. Sioux Valley anchoring Carson Wosey. Sioux Falls Christian into second. They're anchoring Brant Wassenaar. Fans, the top two teams in Class A. They'll have 100 to go. Sioux Valley, Sioux Falls Christian. Let's bring them home, fans. Laverne, Minnesota closing. They're in third, but it's Sioux Valley. Carson Wosey, Sioux Falls Christian, Brant Wassenaar, and Laverne, Darius Dolo anchoring for the Cardinals. Sioux Valley with a time of 3:27.37 to win the Class A boys 4x4. Again, a reminder to relay places 2 through 8. Don't forget to pick up your medals at the Miley Cabin. You just heard from Craig Maddock a few minutes ago the teams that have yet to pick up medals in the Miley Cabin. Again, places 2 through 8 in relays. Pick up your medals in the Miley Cabin.
Everybody block. On your mark.
And now to the AA boys 4x4 in section 1 from the outside Harrisburg, T area, Spearfish, Sioux Falls Roosevelt, Aberdeen Central, Sioux Falls Washington, Douglas, and Watertown. And on the video board, the complete results of the Class A boys 4x4. Sioux Valley in 3:27.37, a season best, #1 in Class A and #4 in South Dakota. Sioux Valley to the Miley Cabin, please. Thank you. Sioux Falls Roosevelt in lane 5. They started off with Alex Quinn, now Kason Winter for the Rough Riders. Lane 8, Harrisburg started off with Nathan Walter. This is Evan Johnson as they come to the cones. Sioux Falls, Washington in 3rd. They started off with Griffin Miller. Jackson Bolches now for the Warriors. Going into the 3rd leg, Harrisburg with Keaton Rice carrying. Here comes Roosevelt. Turner O'Brien will run 3rd for Roosevelt.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the award stand for the presentation of the championship team of the Class A Boys 4x400 meter relay, Sioux Valley. Their team of Brady Hiltonen, Mitchell Guthmiller, Hunter Steinhaus, and Carson Walshy ran a time of 3 minutes, 27.37 seconds. That is a new season's best for them, and that is the #1 time in South Dakota Class A. Congratulations, Sioux Valley.
Back to the track. Going to the anchors, Sioux Falls Roosevelt, Colin Vandenheuvel. Washington in 2nd. They're anchoring Cole Riley. Here comes Harrisburg. Harrisburg anchoring Griffin Smith. This is Roosevelt, Harrisburg, again Washington, Cole Riley anchoring for the Warriors. He was runner-up in the 16, but it's Roosevelt at the wire. Roosevelt's time, 3:31.12. Harrisburg at 3:31.95. Sioux Falls, Washington, 3:32.76. Again, fans, complete results of the 2026 and 101st Howard Wood Dakota Relays on dakotatiming.com. dakotatiming.com on your phone or tablet. Go to Howard Wood Relays and you'll see all the races and all the field events from yesterday and today as we look forward to 2027. Next year, April 30th, May 1st for the 102nd Howard Wood Dakota Relays. Put it on your calendar.
And by block. On your mark.
And now underway section 2 from the outside, Hopkins, Minnesota, Rapid City Stevens, Brandon Valley, number 8 in AA, Pier TF Riggs in lane 5, number 6 in AA, Rapid City Central, lane 4, number 5 in AA. They have a seed time of 3:31.51. Yankton, lane 3, they're number 7 in AA. Brookings in lane 2, Mandan, North Dakota, lane 1. The meet record 3:18.80 set in May of last year here at Howard Wood. This year's edition of Lincoln's 4x4 has run under that. They'll be in section 3. Rapid City Central, Henry Hill to Anze Weaver. Mandan started off with Axton Hepner, Brandon Baker now, and here comes Brandon Baker of Mandan. Rapid City Stevens in third. Brandon Valley into third. Galen Christian. So going into the third leg for Rapid City Central, Braden Jackson. For Mandan, Brandon Hare. Again, the meet record 3:18.80 set by Sioux Falls Lincoln last year. Rapid City Central will anchor Sean Smith. Mandan, Kavion Lanier. Rapid City Stevens will anchor Tate Van Beek. Now Rapid City Stevens moving into second. Can they catch Rapid City Central? .100 meters to go. Rapid City Central, Sean Smith anchoring for the Cobblers. Rapid City Stevens, now Yankton anchoring Jack Brandt moves into third. But it's Rapid City Central. Their time 3:28.16. Rapid City Stevens 3:29.93. Fans, let's set up this Section 3 AA Boys 4x4, our final race of the Howard Wood Dakota Relays. Lane 8, Bismarck, number 4 in North Dakota. Lane 7, Lakeville North of Minnesota. Lane 6, Sturgis Brown, number 4 in AA. Lane 5, Mitchell, number 2 in AA. Sioux Falls Lincoln, lane 4, they have the all-time state record, and they have run under the meet record they set last year. Lane 3, O'Gorman, number 3 in AA. Dickinson, lane 2, number 1 in North Dakota. Jamestown, lane 1, number 2 in North Dakota. A great way to finish the Wood.
On your mark.
And again from the outside, Bismarck, Lakefield North, Sturgis Brown, Mitchell, Sioux Falls Lincoln, O'Gorman, Dickinson, and Jamestown. Javon Hawkes starting off for Sioux Falls Lincoln. He's running well in lane 4. Again, Lincoln coming in with a seat time of 3:14.69. Here's Mitchell. Alexer Padilla. O'Gorman in lane 3. Garrison Schoenwald to Brody Tynan. Now Lincoln with Isaac Herbold. Mitchell, Keneal Padilla. And again, Brody Tynan for O'Gorman as they cut at the cones. Going into the third leg. For Lincoln, Zion Conrad. Mitchell will run Sam Mullenmeister. And O'Gorman, Jack Jorgensen. Again, the meet record, 3:18.80, set by Roche, Herbold, Abild, and Fisher of Lincoln last year. Lincoln already has the all-time record in the 4x4 in South Dakota. And now Lincoln to the 400 winner, Evan Abild. Mitchell will anchor Samari Wright. O'Gorman will anchor Tanner Sharon. Sharon was runner-up in the 400 earlier. $200 to go. Watch the clock, fans. 3:18.80 is our meet record. Could this be our 9th meet record of the day? And 16th. And it could be the all-time best. Let's find out. A meet record by about 3 seconds for Sioux Falls O'Gorman, or correction, Sioux Falls Lincoln. 3:16.20 for Lincoln. And that ranks number 2 all time in South Dakota. And stand by, we'll get Lincoln on the award stand for our final award of these Howard Wood Dakota Relays. Again, relays 2 through 8. Don't forget to pick up your medals in the Miley cabin. And fans, that record by Lincoln, our 16th and final record of the 2026 Howard Wood Dakota Relays. Lincoln's time, 3:16:20. O'Gorman, 3:23:46. Mitchell, 3:24:06. Again, teams, please pick up around your team camps. Howard Wood Field Maintenance would love you a lot. Thank you. And of course, coming up in 3 weeks from Thursday, the South Dakota State High School Track and Field Championships over 3 days here at Howard Wood Field. Again, we'll get Lincoln on the award stand. Placers 2 through 8, pick up your medals in the Miley cabin. And now in the video board, the complete results of the Class AA boys 4x4, Sioux Falls Lincoln in a meet record 3:16:20.
Not the wire. Hey, those of you that are still here, you're in for a treat. We got the Patriots up on the top of that award stand, and we have another record for the 2026 Howard Wood Dakota Relays. These guys just ran a 3:16:20, an amazing time. Earlier this year, I think this same foursome ran a 3:14:7. So they're very consistent and also very, very good. These 4 guys are Javon Hawkes, Isaac Herbold, Zion Conrad, and Evan Abill, the new Howard Wood Dakota Relays meet record holders for AA 4x4. Congratulations to the Patriots. And in just a moment, their relay coach, Mr. Scott Embry, is going to get up on that stand and get a t-shirt. We're out of events, so I don't think we're going to get any more records this year. We'll wait till next year to get a few more. So, Coach, thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations to the Patriots.
athletes, coaches, and fans, that concludes the 101st and 2026 Howard Wood Dakota Relays here at Howard Wood Field. Athletes, coaches, and fans, we'll see you back here at Howard Wood for the South Dakota State High School Track and Field Championships coming up 3 weeks from Thursday. And again, team camps, please clean up. Again, save the dates for next year for the 102nd and 2027 Howard Wood Dakota Relays, April 30th and May 1st of 2027. On behalf of the Howard Wood Dakota Relays Board of Directors, our meet directors, meet officials, meet workers, volunteers, a ton of people that make this meet successful year in and year out, a big thank you. For our fans, please drive home safely, please be safe, and good night, everyone.